live, go live, or go home. That's what they say. Let's go. What? It's hot in here today. It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes. We're repairing computers. And let's see how it goes. Morning, Pitco. Morning, Pitco. There's only one Andy from Swindon in this chat. There's only one Andy from Swindon in this chat. Morning, Andy. Morning. Oh, we've got a load of people in. And you got homes to go to. Come on, settle up in bed. Morning, James. Morning, Andy. Morning, Joseph. Morning, Undoa. Not seen your name before. Good morning, Undoa. Welcome. Morning, Carthor. It's minus 64 degrees outside. There's a polar bear with a coat on. It is that cold outside. Good morning. We've got a few people in. And we've got Streamlabs in. Good morning, Streamlabs. Morning, everybody. Thought we'd give you a burst of PCDD this morning. Bit hyper this morning, a little bit hyper. Had a really good night's sleep. I'm on my third cup of coffee. I don't know, Carthor. I wish I could get it to say everybody's name. Is it because you've got a kinky fetish and you like spanking it on the morning and you want it to go, say my name, Streamlabs, say my name. That's how I imagine Carthor talks. Say my name, Carthor, I'm Carthor. Hello, my name's Carthor. Say my name. Don't know, never talks in these videos. I am really hyper this morning. We're going to calm down. Let's get a bit of zen. This morning. I'm really high on my UV meter as well. I turned this up yesterday because I can't remember who said I was quiet, but a little bit too energetic this morning. I feel like Mr. Motivator. Are you okay? Power! Yes. I am okay this morning. Andy, it's coffee.
PCDD, little shit.
I had one of them early. Strawberry, morning, Strawberry. Good morning, kitten. Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur. Strawberry kitten loves Linux and he likes
PCDD, little shit.
Joseph O'Neill. No, Joseph Neal, isn't it? Morning, Joseph the Lily pup. Do you know Joseph Neal the Lilliput? Weren't Lilliput what they used to call the Queen behind closed doors? Oh no, I can't. I've got it too loud. I turn it down. I can't. Oh, right. It's on 90. That's why. Need it about. There you go. Let's turn it down. That should be a little bit better now. That's on 60. If somebody can try one of the commands, any of them just abuse me. Power. Any of them. I've turned it down now. We've got it on 16. I had it on 80 because I will listen
PCDD, little shit.
That's better. Oh, yeah. So we're going to have an energetic start this morning. I'll probably fade once the thank you, Carthor, it's better. Once the sugar in my tea wears off. But I've had some spy outside. I've had some sugar this morning in my tea. So we're doing part 2 to what we started yesterday in part 1. So this is part 2. Hot shots, part 2. I will apologise now because I don't know where my brain cell is this morning, but it's clearly on something energetic. So just parental advisory is advised. Now what's that thing when you shouldn't watch it with kids? I don't know. We're gonna make it up as we go along. Sounds a bit more like Carthor, that, doesn't it? Pitco. I scrub it up. No, that's Yogi Bear. I'm smarter than the average bear. I don't know. Who's smarty? No. What's Scooby-Doo? Scooby-Doo. That one. We've got a Pitco and we've got a Pitco in this morning. That's not going to confuse me at all. At all. I get confused when you're not in the same chat together, let alone when you are. But anyway, we digress. Raggedy Ann. We will have a catch-up of where we finished off yesterday. We diagnosed this one sat here with a power supply issue, if you remember. And that's going to end in a sugar crush. I'll be sat here, I can't believe me. I'll be giving it one of them in a little while. I'll be crying over it. Enough for that sugar. Let me go get a sweet. I just feel energetic this morning. Got a couple of text messages this morning off people, and it just, you know, when it just brightens your day and cheers your day. And I thought I'd have a coffee with some coffee mate in. There we go. Popped and got some milk. And it just cheers your day up, doesn't it? It just cheers your day up. Do you know what? It's good to be in demand, good to be loved. My thermal camera keeps dropping off my microscope now, so I'm going to find some other better option of sticking that on. Bit of zen now. I need some tranquil, rhythmic music, water flowing in the background. I don't need water actually because I'll need a pee. But anyway, we are going to do this one with a power supply issue. The big, humongous one. Customer dropped a replacement CPU off, and we've got a replacement CPU now for that one. So that one's going to go in there. And we've got the one, what we did build there, dropping the power cable off. What we did the cable tidying on, we've done that. And then we got this one dropped off. Oh, it's not as heavy as others, still difficult. So this one yesterday, this is another Diagnostics. Couldn't quite get to the bottom of what the issue with that is, because he says it's not turning on, but it is turning on, then it's booting up. So really not sure what that one is today. And maybe some more turning up. You know what it's like, guys. Might have another 6, might have another 1, might have nothing until Friday. Do we care? Nah, not really. Just gives me time to catch up on other bits and bobs. Well, when we say catch up on all the bits and bobs, it means I can go off and play a game, or go for a run, or go for a bike ride, or just sit there and stare blankly at a wall going, I want more sugar. Anyway, should we get on with stuff? Morning, Alden. Morning, Phil. Morning, Phil. First again. Oh, he's getting good at this. Getting good at this. I know his chat must be delayed by 7 minutes, but Phil were first. Let's just admit Phil were first. Phil were first. Oldham Electronics, definitely first. So, should we... this is the one that needs the clean. Yeah, I need to go and blow this out outside down. I love the cable tie, what they've put on as well. Just to make sure it doesn't fall off, even though we've got... I mean, I'm not too sure what they're expecting, how much force they're expecting that fan to generate. But clearly it's somewhere on there. So we will give this a clean. We'll give this a new power supply. And we'll see if we can figure it out. The other one, what we did, the server, what we did yesterday. Sugar's wearing off now. Oh, I'm getting a sweat. The server, what we did yesterday with the 8 channels of RAM in the Threadripper server, if you remember that one. I have messaged him. He's out of the country until Thursday. He has messaged back. He's going to give me a call. Well, he texted me at 1:20 this morning, which is awfully nice of him. He texted me at 1:20 this morning to say he'll give me a call tomorrow. So I don't know if it means tomorrow by Wednesday or tomorrow because it's 1:20 Monday night, Tuesday morning, whether it means Tuesday. So he's going to give me a call anyway. So I can't really do anything with that one. But that was a power supply fault as well, if you recall. Let's have a look, because I saw Pitco. Oh, there we go. Honestly, Pico and Pitco, they're too similar. Who would have thought it? Two very similar names, just one letter difference, really, and whatnot. I don't know. I think you're the same person. I think you're like Clark Kent and Superman, or Bruce Wayne and Batman, or Morecambe and Wise. I don't know. One of them three. We'll get to the bottom of it one day. We need them both to do a full reveal, not a full reveal, because that could be quite exposing and a bit chilly in today's weather. Got my new desk set up this morning with the supercomputer. Can start looking at videos again. Woohoo! Let's go. We're going to get some more videos of Phil going, I forgot to turn blinking camera on. I've been videoing 20 minutes. I forgot to start it. That were a brilliant one, that, Phil. Sorry, Phil. We've all done that. I do it. I still do it now. I was talking from 7:30 this morning. And I forgot to press go live. What it is. What it is. Anyway, let's get on with changing some of this before I really irritate people. I think I probably did that 9 minutes and 50 seconds ago. We'll give the CPU a quick wipe over. We're going to give this a blow of the GPU and CPU. I'll have to do that outside because I don't want to fill my orifice with dust. and 2, it might be a little bit noisy. So these might take me until midday. They might take me until, I don't think 10 o'clock's realistic. They might take me until 4 o'clock. It really does depend on how quick I get through them. Obviously, there's no point streaming if I've got nothing to do. But we never know what's coming through. I think GPU needs a bit of a tickle as well, as we can see. That's not exactly the cleanest out there. Ugh. I'm breathing it in already. Right, we will get our little air gun. Put some shoes on my feet. It's wet outside this morning. I've already took the dog out. We had a good run round field this morning, so she's not sulking. She was an absolute nugget yesterday. Absolute nugget. Because I never took her for that walk at lunchtime. I'm going to blow these off outside, and then I'll be back, and I'll be back. But I'll do it outside. I will leave my microphone in here, because if not, I'll be that outside and definitely won't be too tickled. Now I'm talking to you. Oh, right, I'm back. Back. We have considerably cleaner. Where did I put my microphone? Let's get that clip back up there. We have considerably cleaner parts now. Good thing about that little blower. If anybody is interested in a good thing to blow, I've got the new model and the old model. And I must say the old model I think is better. I did quite a bit of research on these. Just go to there. These are the... you can see that this is the Wolfpack Megaflow 50, and they do work brilliant. That is the old version of it, basically. That's the new version. This one probably has about another 25% more airflow than the new version. That one's good, but this one I just find a little bit better. 3 speed settings, and they do really work very well. Not cheap though. They're about 70 to 80 pounds, whatever that is in dollars and euros. So we've got a nice cleaner thing, but they do offer really good blowing potential. It's a bit like your girlfriend on a first date. I keep hearing things outside. It's a bit like Halloween. Oh, I thought MK, my sexy little beast. I ain't got a clue what that says. Chaos par job lal. Bra shlavla. Did I pronounce that correct? But anyway, good morning, Sam, Flame, and whoever else I've got coming in like that. But morning all. Don't really catch MK too much, so good morning, MK. I try and pop in his streams like I do with a lot of the creators. But by the time I finish streaming and...
PCDD, you little shit.
Hey, morning, cows. Morning. My seket good... Svenska. My sket good Svenska. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. Morning cows. I tagged cows in a post yesterday by mistake. So much to do and so little time. I know. That is my, I'm going to say Grindr profile, Tinder profile. That's the wrong one. Yeah. I won't make that mistake again. I couldn't get a taste out of my mouth. My cat, very good. Meerkat. Is that like compare? Do you compare them? Compare the mycat.com clips. Oh no! Oh no! It's clipping me. So good morning, one and all. Good morning. If you're just joining us, this is the stream for somebody who's hyped up on sugar this morning. Oh no! Only this hyper on a morning. Do you know what? No. Oh no. I'm just hyping because I just missed everybody. It's been a day. We are going to fit a PSU in this one, so we'll just get his other bits shifted out of the way. Good buddy. Because I know you come for entertainment rather than repairs. We all know that. You only come to see me. Oh, dear. Now we need to start taking the tools. Ah, I've got fluff all over. If only I had this fluff on my head. Fluff all over now off that heatsink. Not a nice experience. So we need to start cutting so we can rewire. I was watching a thing this morning on YouTube, and there was on about the RAM issues, and he was a reseller of ex-business machines, and it never really occurred to me that all the business machines he were buying them with hard drives and RAM, a bit like what JFix has done with this series of 20 computers, buying them on bulk and doing that. But now they're all being sold without hard drives and RAM, and he's paying the same price, but he now cannot afford to buy the hard drives and RAM to actually keep them out of landfill and recycle them, because the companies which are selling them are keeping the RAM and hard drives, as you would if you're a business. But it means now he's buying something which is potentially absolutely useless and paying the same price for them. And I never really, I suppose if I'd give it some thought, it's a logical thing, that. But we've got to think, you know, somewhere along the line, what's happening with the RAM and AI? I mean, when it all goes a bit pear-shaped as well, we'll have a look at that, see if we can see what's spotted, what's actually blown up in here. So we'll see if I can electrocute myself and without going bang. I need a. Gosh, it's so dusty. I'm full of dust. Wow, it's like snogging a grandma. Come on, get out of here. There we go. Dear me, that is a little bit dusty. What? It's a fractal. Considering that's a fractal, it is incredibly. That's a fractal power supply, and that is as light as, I don't know, light as a light bulb. I need one of them dim bulb testers. I think Andy built one on stream the other day. I want to see if I can get one built as well. Just for power supplies and things like that. Because occasionally they do trip my Light Fantastic, and it's never good. Morning, Worms. Good morning. And morning, let me just see if I can pronounce that one. Sakinaz. Do apologise if the pronunciation is terrible, but I will give it, excuse me, I will give it a show. Bald man is crazy. I'm the crazy man. I'm the crazy one. Certainly this morning on sugar. Saku, we'll leave it at Saku, shall we? Nas, Saku. Oh, there we go. We've got my translator, and thank you, MK. Well, that looks like Suki Nas. Is that you say it? Suki Nas? But we'll stick with Saku. Good morning, one all. I'm not too sure whether my subscriber alerts and everything are working. They were. Whoa! Turn that off. They were working, but I think they've stopped working. So I do apologise if anybody does hit and somebody has, for whatever reason. I know me and James spent some time the other day doing this. For whatever reason, when people now subscribe or donate, it's now not coming back up on my stream. So I'm connected. My stream bot and everything else is connected. It has just come up. Dilip, thank you very much for that. It has come up. I'm just saying it's not come up and it's just come up. So it is coming up. So thank you very much for demonstrating that. Thank you. And hello. Thank you for subscribing. It wasn't coming up yesterday. So there we go. Dilip, thank you so much for that little push of that button. What were I saying? You get to a certain age. I'm one of these people now with my memory. I go to the toilet and forget what I've gone for and come back downstairs and pee myself. It's terrible. Power supply, isn't it? We've got a nice 650 watt PSU to go in here. So let's shift this one out of the way. This is nowhere near as heavy as the one I will be working on a little bit later. We're working on the mammoth one later again. 52 kilos. 52 kilos. What's that? Who are you? I know. They've taken me by storm this morning, cows, and they have substituted me for a nugget. Yes, sorry, Cows. I tagged you in a post yesterday by mistake on Discord. It weren't anything. I'd tagged a lead farmer had tagged me in a clip saying I look like a certain comedian. I think he was gisting at, and it wasn't Manford. It's on JFix's Discord in Fun Chat if anybody wants to look at it. And if you're not in JFix's Discord or Andy's Discord, I would highly recommend. Andy's MK's, it's quite a lot. I'm only in the two, Andy's and JFix's, but it's in Fun Chat. And he posted a picture of a comedian, and I think it was aimed at that's who I look like, not Manford. I will stress. Better go on live chat before my streambot tells me off. There we go. And I posted a video clip of a really funny thing which is on there, but I tagged you by mistake, Cows. Not that you can't watch it, because I think we might share this similar sense of humour, but I did then change it to lead farmer who had tagged me, but that's just me, I got it wrong. So we've got a really nice modular 650 RM650 PSU to fit in this one. I do like Corsair gear. Nice new power supply, and we've got all the cables in the world. We've got an empty box. The only thing I don't like about power supply, you tend to get a lot of surplus packaging, and I quickly run out of room in my office. So we'll put this is if you're wondering, it's the RM650. These are really nice supplies, these. I don't know if anybody prefers one supply over the other, but these are your ratings for this supply. So it's a 20 amp rating on their 650 with a 12 volt plus, just short of 650 on there. But yeah, and they'll generally do it. The Corsair ones, I like them. Most of them come with either 8 or 10 year warranty as well. They are brilliant. Always wanted to work in a PC repair shop. Unfortunately, none of my city of hiring. Don't even get started with the RAM crisis. Can't believe you gave me a soundbite right at the start of the stream. Did I? Did I give you a soundbite? Oh my gosh, does that mean I've got to check my shorts? Because people keep clipping what I'm saying. And I just turn it into shorts, or I put it on my I'm on that TikTok now. Oh dear me. This was a working PSU. I'm on that TikTok now as well. And I've started posting things on there. Can't you tell I'm into technology? I've only done this 30 years. Saku, I would say, do you know what? You don't need to work in a PC repair shop. You just need to do something you love and do something you like. And do you know, if you do something you like and something you love, everything else will happen because you'll follow your passion. And I know there's constraints with finances and working, and you know, we've all got bills to pay, but just do occasional thing and build up from there. You know what? I don't know your age, but it just might happen for you. But unless you do it, it'll never happen. That's the thing in life. Just don't sit back and wait for somebody else to do it for you, because sometimes, oh, what have I just fell out of my pocket? Sometimes that never happens. You just got to do it yourself, haven't you? Just do it yourself. I've spent too much of my life thinking that you put up with things or you don't do it and it'll change. And let me tell you, when you get to a certain age, you start realising, unless I do it myself, it's not going to get done. It's a bit like picking clothes up off bedroom floor. For washing machine, unless you put them in wash it yourself, they never get washed. They just sit on bedroom floor. So life's a bit like that. Just don't leave it sat on bedroom floor. Pick it up and run with it. And do it yourself. Look at that. You join in for that and you get the spiritualism and the mentorship free of charge. God, I talk crap on a morning. I'm going to stop drinking coffee on a morning. What sort of repairs do you do? Do you do GPU soldering, chip soldering, or just basics? I will throw my hand at anything. I have got all the gear and no idea. I do everything from basic repairs, changing components, working on motherboards, working on micro soldering, working on it is PC and laptops. Predominantly do the occasional Mac and very occasionally the odd bit of electronics as well. But I'm not I haven't got an interest in the electronic side as such. You know, repairing toasters or vacuum cleaners or projectors like Andy does, Swindon Electronic Repairs, who does an amazing job. That side of things doesn't really float my boat. I do occasionally do it. You know, I've done some car speedometers, a couple of key fobs, some circuit boards for heating appliances, domestic appliances and things like that. So washing machine boards and stuff like that, electric fires. I've done all sorts, because electronics are electronics. But predominantly what I stream on here is what I do on a daily basis, which is working on PCs and this. But it all depends on what walks through the door. Might get 10 laptop screens in a week, might get 1 laptop screen and 10 stripped down to component level circuit board repairs, and that's where I rely on chat to help and assist with that. Every day is a school day. I do not know everything. I leave that to the wife. She's amazing at that. We've got rid of Google in our house. We don't ask Google anymore. We just ask the wife. She knows everything. So that's our philosophy. I do not know everything. I know nothing, and I rely on the expertise in here, and I take all the glory and everything else which goes with it. But yeah, it's several times a week I try and stream, mornings and evenings, and sometimes the occasional all day, 10 hours I did last week, or 14-hour working, 10-hour streaming. So bit for everybody, child friendly as well. And I just try and keep it interesting. I engage with chat quite a lot as well, which I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, because I can imagine some people are trying to sleep. So we will work from there. So let's get the connectors plugged back in, plug the USB stuff back in, and we will get these plugged back in before we do any further. Power switch and yeah, they're all in order. They did that well for me, didn't they? Left it in order. Put that one. Oh, that one's fallen off because I've got big fat fingers. Get that on there. Oh, let's have a look. Too long letting life happen instead of making it happen. Cows, you are absolutely spot on. I don't think you learn that until you got a few years under your belt. Although, to be fair, it is still the wife that makes it happen. Yes, I would say in a lot of cases, you sometimes do need a driving force. And sometimes it's about the partnership and the people around you rather than doing it yourself. And again, it's a life lesson to learn that it's the people in your life, not the things in your life, which make the difference for the majority of us. And we all chase utopia. And unfortunately, it's a bit like becoming a successful YouTube streamer. 1 million people a year start, but only one's going to succeed. And I think life's a bit like that. You're very fortunate if you get that utopia. But do you know what? Accept what you've got, because life's special. And if somebody lets you share it with them, that's the special thing. That's a special thing. And you've got to work at life. It just doesn't happen. Work at it. Work at it and make it best you possibly can. Treat it as a job. You won't turn up to your job and just give it 50%, because if you do, you're not going to succeed, and you've got to do the same with life. But anyway, the ramblings of a sugar-ridden man. We'll plug all these back in. We'll get that back in there. I think that is everything now plugged in, and it is. So we'll sling the... although, to be fair... Oh yeah, we've read that one. I've read that one. Read that one. Read that one. Oops. Oh, we'll get on there. Press that one. We don't have very good shots when we are doing, oh God, dusty components like this. So we'll get the PSU connected up. We'll simply plug the couple of cables in, because these will make it a little bit easier. And this is probably the best way I can show this. This is a CPU which goes in that hole there. We should have this connector which will go, as if by magic, that one shoves into that hole just there. And again, I haven't got a very good shot of this, but just trust me, I'm a doctor. No, I'm a computer repairman, that's it. That was my previous life. Oh. We've got that in there. And we just need, he's got SATA drives on it. So we need some SATA there. Molex, he doesn't need that. We've got one of those. So we need 2 of these probably, because he's got hard drives on the back, and he's got 2 hard drives, and that's, we need 2 SATA connections because he's got his CD-ROM on the front. So I'll plug 2 in here, and then we'll start feeding the cables. Again, I don't know how you guys do this. I prefer to fit the cables on the, while the CP's there. Yeah, I would do. Whilst the PSU, try saying that when you've had 2 cups of tea with sugar in. Married since 1992, so going on a bit now. Wow, that's commendable, cows, commendable. I have a 750 version of that. I love the modular PSUs. Yeah, the modular PSUs. I think with the price of them now, they're not a lot more expensive. They just make it so much easier to get stuff installed and fitted from a selfish point of view, from an installer point of view. So we've got the ATX connectors, a CPU connector here, and we've got those. And I'm just going to see if I need power for his GPU. We need a GPU power as well. So what I was saying the other day, CPU is 2 4s, which make an 8. And GPU is, I can't separate it, but you've got an 8-pin connector there. Again, we'll cater for everybody who might be watching. So CPU is 2 4s. That does split in the centre. So you've got 8 pins on there. So 2 4s. A GPU connector, you can't get them mixed up, or you shouldn't get them mixed up, is still an 8, but it's a 6 and a 2. So you will be able to force them into the respective connectors, but they will blow up. So please, 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 please don't. If you do it, you will damage, or chances are you will damage something in your machine. So please just be aware of that. So he's only got a 1060 or something like that. So we will only put 1 in. See if we can get that in the hole. They still go into the same connectors on the power supply, generally into one of PCIe connectors, same as CPU, but they're wired differently on the end. So please don't mix them up. And more often than not, you will have on the bottom of your case, you will have some form of ventilation. Now just be aware that if you are putting the PSU on the bottom, like it is on the vast majority of cases nowadays, there will be some type of air vent. Please don't put it on a thick pile carpet because it won't be able to suck any air. It will overheat, and probably not last very long.
PCDD, you little shit.
Morning worms, morning worms, morning worms. I've got 2 sound clips now. 2 sound clips. 2 sound clips. Just plug and play. I seen. I thought I was on the right scene. Have I done something wrong? I'm on the right scene. I'm trying to show you. Camera slipped down. I've moved it down so we can see down there. I've moved it down so we can see down there. That's what I was trying to show you. I want to show you that. I want to show you that. I was trying to explain. I was trying to do my Blue Peter moment and saying, here's one I prepared earlier. There we go. You just want to look at me. You already said morning. Oh, did I? But I missed it. Oh, thanks. Thanks, cows. Thanks, cows. You do cheer me day up. I'll pay you later. Pull that through, and we'll see if we can get this in here. Carefully, like that cheese, like that good cheese, what they're making wares, carefully. That reminds me of that joke. Oh. Ooh. Oh, I can't get it in. Oh, it's been a bit of a nugget. Pull that through a little bit more. These cables in the way. There we go. It takes a little bit of wiggling. So, yeah, just make sure you're lining up at the bottom and we get that in. Okie dokie. Where did I put the screws? They are there. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 black screws to go in the case. They are different lengths for whatever reason, so somebody must have had these out somewhere. Look at that. I'm getting 2 laughs in a row of cows. He's a fanboy. What we don't know is cows is actually my brother, so please don't just don't tell mum, because we're not allowed to play out late. Me and Charles go back a long way. Went to school together. Shared a girlfriend. I mean, she didn't know it at the time, but we were sharing her. Oh, damn. Can't can't get it in. The normally they rest on a bracket. So let me see if I can get one in to support it. At least it's not going to fall down. Right, one's in. It's not going to fall down now. So once we've done this PSU and got it checked up, and it's got a clean bill of health, we're going to move on to the 52 kilo. I mean, if anybody watched my stream yesterday, they will know how I struggled with that. Boy, was it a struggle. 52 kilos in weight. Last time I saw something as dense as that, it was a baby elephant at the zoo. It's just so heavy, so big, so cumbersome, and I think you just want to watch me struggle. That's what it is. We'll get these done. Nice and tight, but not overly tight, because you will strip the thread. Who's Fred? He's the thread. I like how you always get a few cable ties in a bag. They always go in the drawer. I've got more bags of cable ties in my drawer than Corsair have. Tell you. Hi, Scott. Scott in. Scott the Great. You've got a good supply of RAM for your business. I tend to buy RAM, Scott, as and when it comes in. Oh, and I have shown this many times on channel, but I do. Oh, dropped a stick of RAM that's worth about £900. That stick. I do have quite a big, I do have quite a selection of RAM and discs and things like this. So I used to have four of these drawers, all full of different RAM. So there's laptop and there's desktop in here as well. So I've got a good supply. That's my retirement fund. If I sold it now, I could retire and buy a Caribbean island. So there we go. So I do have a fair bit, but I've got some DDR5 in there, but I tend to buy it if I require it as such. And I know it's incredibly hard today, but that's what we get for taking Viagra. That's what we get for the current marketplace with AI. We will see if we can. That's going to go through probably that hole there. So we'll get that one shoved through. That's the GPU connector. Stick that through there, and we will stick one of these. We need his. Stick that through there for his CD. We've got a load of fan connectors there. Can't even remember unplugging those fan connectors. Why didn't he got it on a fan hub? That's a bit weird. A little bit strange. And we've got another USB one there, which isn't connected to anything. Let's have a look on his board in a minute, see how he's got. This, I haven't fitted the board, so I don't really know on that. So we'll stick that one in there, and we will get this one in the... One of his pads is damaged on his drive just there. We'll get that in there. Scott, need to ask the question. What makes you so great? Is it named after the saying off Back to the Future, where it goes, "Great Scott"? Is that what it's named from? Or are you just amazing? Because we're all amazing in our own right. I know what that one's for. I know it's not for that. I'm going to say he's got a Wi-Fi card there, but it's not for the Wi-Fi card. Keep breathing dust in. Every time you inhale near it, you get a mouthful of dust. And it's dark in here. It's getting dark in here, so turn on all the lights. I've got that in. Ooh, gone full screen on there. Didn't know I'd gone full screen on that one. Oh, we've got another subscriber. Whoever that was, didn't see that come up. I do apologise again. So sorry about that, guys. If you have pressed either subscribe or whatever, it's still not showing up. Still not showing up all the time, and I do not know why for that. So I do apologise if you have hit the subscribe or like or any of the other buttons. I'm not ignoring you. Just don't do it. Maybe Great Scott is the maker of the Hack RF1. I have not heard. Well, have I heard of that Hack RF1? I feel like I might have heard of it, but I hadn't heard of it, if you know what I mean. Is the Hack RF1? Must be some type of thing for the... oh, God, my brain's gone numb. What's the white and orange thing? Oh! I'm going to buy one. Can't remember what it's called now. Can I remember what it's called? It'll come back to me. And I can't remember what it's called. Right, I've done exactly what I would generally never do, which is fit the motherboard without a cooler. But the motherboard was already fitted, so I've not took it back out. Now again, if anybody is on here and they don't do this every day of the week, I will point something out to you. Software defined radio. SDR. Okay. Okie dokie. I understand. Right, so this is the heatsink. You have heat pipes in here, and basically these have a certain amount of vapor or liquid in, which gets hot, travel up here, cools down, goes through these fins, a bit like a radiator. Well, it's a radiator. Cold air comes through, it recondenses, flows back down, gets hot, goes back up here. So it creates its same own circulation and everything else to move and dispense the heat. So the heat pipes are the points of contact in here because there are grooves in here which are lower down. You can see I'm scraping this out. The downside of this is you're losing contact patch, and to keep something cold you need the greatest contact. That's why we put thermal compound on stuff. I do apologise if I'm telling people in here what they already know, but I'm obviously catering for all people. So the idea is you have better contact. So more expensive coolers have basically the heat pipes are within the thermal block here. So here the grooves you can't conduct heat effectively through air. So we will put thermal compound on them, but this will be significantly diminished in thermal performance compared to one with a solid block on with the heat pipes built in. Because you'll obviously get better heat transfer with it all being one piece. Generally, bigger ones as well have a better slug of metal here, so you've got better heat soak as well, and they'll be made out of normally things better than aluminum or aluminium if you are one of the British people.
Yeah, got a little tiny one.
Make sure you're on. I've done that bit. I've got a little tiny one. So yes, guys, that's a brief explanation, but that's why we put thermal compound on. So that's thermal compound is going to fill in these big channels, but it's really designed for filling in a little bit. It's not a very good cooler, this, unfortunately, but it will, for what chip it is, which is a i5 8400, it will do the job effectively. So we will stick a little bit of thermal compound on here. When I find my thermal compound, put this on now because it will be easier to put it on now than it will be later. I would normally not put as much as this on because too much is not a good thing. You know what they say, too much of a good thing is a bad thing. So I would normally only put probably about 3/4 of that on. So I've put a little bit extra on because it has got the big thick grooves, and I want to make sure the compound goes up into the grooves. And again, I would normally, if you are building a PC from scratch, did it on stream, done it a few times on stream, but did it the other day on stream. Try and get the heatsink fitted prior to putting the motherboard in. It's just a lot easier to do. So I'm just going to nip a couple of these in, not all the way, just to hold it in position. This will just kind of help to locate it. Now, with this being a cheap cooler, I would imagine the screws aren't perfectly aligned because they are. That's 3 in out of the 4. And the 4th one's going to be a bit of a... There we go, I think I've got that. Yep, we're in. We just need to tighten that down. Morning, okay, good morning. Scott the Great. Air cooling is better than AIO. Too risky to run liquid around electronics, I think, regardless how better it performs. Do you know what, Scott? I tell all my customers, do about between around 600-700 people a year. I work for myself, work from home, do this for a living, so I see a fair amount. But I do tell everyone exactly the same thing. I would not put a water cooler in a computer out of choice. I do because customers insist that I do, even without my best thing. But I see so many where they've leaked, and it's leaked onto the GPU because it's usually straight below the water block, or they've blocked themselves up and stopped working, and you don't know until something catastrophic happens, like your computer doesn't work and it's too late at that stage to really do much about it, or you get poor performance and cooling. The fans get blocked, the radiator gets blocked, so you lose performance with that. They're even harder, I think, to clean than air cooling, and I have demonstrated this even on a £40 cooler, the Peerless Assassin 120. If you want a good air cooler, fit that one. That performs on my system at about 72 degrees, and it's a 9850X3D, my gaming system. It performs excellent, absolutely excellent. Really, really does perform well. Okay, that is now tight. All those screws are tightened, and I just systematically went around tightening them a couple of turns each, so we're not kind of leaning over in one go and damage anything. It's systematically tightened down. They're all tightened down as much as you can. There is quite a bit of play. I can still move the actual CPU cooler on top of the CPU. So I would then say that's probably not got enough of the correct mounting pressure on top of the CPU to make good contact. But again, it is a cool CPU, as in cold, not hey, bye, I'm cool. It's not there being anything other than just running. So I haven't built this. I'm just refitting the parts which are in for the customer. So there, it will cool better because now we've actually got airflow, which we didn't have before, because the customer had a blocked up fan on quite a few things. So we will get his white with it card plugged in. Also, we have somebody at the door. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. I'll just grab my front door. This will be a customer dropping off or picking up. One tick.
PCDD, you little shit. Yeah, got a little. Yeah, got a little. PCDD, you little shit.
Let me at him! Let me at him! Let me at him! Let me!
That one there. We should be back live. Another happy customer. Another happy customer. I'll just put the pennies in here. They've had a new screen fitted in their lot.
Yeah,
we did that on
got a
stream last week. we got Scooby-Doo playing, and we got I Ship playing. Yes, I got them, Josie. I got them. And the customer barely blinked an eye. Barely blinked an eye because I put my microphone on mute and I forgot to put the speakers on mute. I had to move the things yesterday. So yeah, just going back to this guy, just remember as well, because some people go, oh, I want an air cooler, I want a water cooler because it cools better. It's proven that it doesn't always. And they say it's quieter. They're not quieter. You have at least 2 fans, if not 3, and sometimes even more on water coolers. You get 1 fan, sometimes 2 on a thing. So you've got the same amount of fans. The other benefit is you've usually got intake fans at the front blowing air through. You've got fans on your cooler, so you've got a nice smooth airflow exhausting from the back. Water coolers are either on the top or on the front. So if you have them on the front and exhausting out the front, you've got to kind of swap this over. It's not a problem. But if you have them blowing in, you're actually then taking hot air from here and blowing into the system and exhausting it out the back. Not a big problem, but it's putting warm air. If you have them here exhausting, you're actually moving you're expecting your air to do a right angle and go up here. So you get turbulent areas, which generally causes more heat on the graphics card. Not always, but it can do, because you get heat pockets originating then, and it can't always dispel it. So you're not always going to get best heat dissipation through your air movement. So just think about it. Your air can't move in right angles to come in the front, which is nice cool air, and then go up there. It will kind of suck in, but you've not got that flow. So air coolers are better because you've got flow coming all the way through. So I think there's a lot of reasons, but water and electronics, we do not mix. We don't take a toaster in the bath unless you want to make toast. It's one of the things, we just don't do it, and they do leak. They're not good. They're not built well either. Anyway, that's my soapbox. We'll get off the personal thing and we'll move on to something else. Simon's, morning Simon, morning, AMD Ryzen 9 9550X, but I have water on all my builds. Yeah, Simon, I did one, I can't remember, last week, and that was a 9950X 3D, and that had a water cooler, and it run at 50 odd degrees. Brilliant. A lot of water coolers, if they're good water coolers, will cool better than the thing, but unfortunately not everybody buys a good water cooler. So it's what it is. But yeah, air coolers, when they stop working, they'll still dissipate some heat and the fans will stop so you can see it. When water coolers stop, you can't always see it until it's a bit too late. Yeah, I got annoyed with the sound. I removed it. Yeah, because when your impeller starts to rattle because it's getting blocked up, or your fins get blocked up, you lose a lot of dissipation, because the heat block, if anyone doesn't know, has grooves in it going over the top of your CPU, which is about half the size of a human hair, or size of human hair. So your water goes through there, which picks the heat up, moves it through the radiator and circle it round, a bit like your heat pipes on here. They block up really easy, so you start losing heat dissipation, heat transfer because of that. And then the impeller will start to do, which will rattle because it's only magnetized, so it'll offset itself rather than being on a bearing. So yeah, there's a lot of things which I'm not keen on. I'm not keen on with it. But when they work okay. The reliability on them to me is not the best. I'm an air cooler person. Mine again, Calthor and Squish. Mine, I've got one sat in my server down here. And when that blows, or when that finally gives up the ghost, I won't put another water cooler in it. That water cooler's been in there since 2019. It is on borrowed time. I usually say 2 to 3 years, you need to get it out. So mine is on borrowed time. But I'm in a fortunate position when it goes. I'm going to replace the computer as an entire. It's only a Ryzen 7 5900X, 64 gig of RAM with, I don't know, there's about 20 odd terabytes of storage in there. So I'll be able to keep most of it. I'll keep the PSU. I'll get rid of the case because I butchered the case, putting separate screens in the case, touch screens and whatnot, for different readouts. Can't see it under there anymore. So I'll just build a new one because that's my next project. When I get to do that, that's me next upgrade. So my idea with that is, when it goes, I'll build a new one. I'm not bothered. I just won't put water cooling in it again. I built a 13X PC for someone 2 years ago. She's on stock Intel cooler, no issues, and plays some roller coaster games. Yeah, you can do. I mean, stock coolers are better than they ever used to be. There's just not a lot of thermal mass in them, is there, to dissipate. A water cooler is quieter. It's a 360 or 420 and has no air bubbles. If you can keep the air bubbles out of it, a lot of that comes down to mounting, which I've covered a couple of times on stream. Again, this is only personal view and things like that. Air coolers are quiet as well. Air coolers, I have found, if you get a good air cooler like the Noctua stuff, or if you want an affordable one, the Thermaltake Peerless Assassin, and I'm not sponsored by them, it's just I fit them and they fit brilliantly, never had an issue. They are quiet as well. They run at low RPMs. They've got high whatchamacallit fans. Oh God, what's it called when you don't get a lot of air coming back? Can't remember what it's called. Yeah, my brain's not working. But they've got two of those in it, which just help to move the air through at lower RPMs. High pressure fans. So they move it through at a lower RPM, and they cool as well, so you don't get as much noise because your fans aren't spinning as much. Woohoo! The 5900X would be a setup for me. Hey, do you know what, cows? When I get rid of it, it will probably be on stream going somewhere. I was trying to give a 13900 KS away yesterday, but nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted it. I put that chip down somewhere today, and I cannot find it. I've got a 13900 KS, and I can't find it. I put it down somewhere yesterday. I cannot find it anywhere. Also, don't forget to have the radiator above the pump. Yep. I would fit the radiator at the front wherever possible. This has got it with the pipes at the bottom. So this is the top of the case. I fit mine, if possible, at the front, pipes going at the bottom, so any air sits at the top and never returns. I'm not keen on having it up here. And other thing as well, the pump is generally built into the head rather than the radiator. Some of them now are built into the radiator, I know, but a lot of them, the impeller is in there for the pump. So trying to push the hot liquid back up there, I know there's heat and everything else working in its favour, but sometimes it's harder to do that than push it down there and circulate it back round. I find that a better option for that. There's a lot of chat. Silent PCs used to sell best. Be Quiet fans, it's coolers, etc. Yeah, again, a lot of it comes down to case as well. You look at the modern cases, and I know I'm bleating on about this, but you look at modern cases with soundproofing on a decent high quality case, and you don't actually get a lot of noise transfer. You tend to get it on cheaper cases anyway. The one I'm building for customers who's not bothered what they look like, because I don't like RGB, it's about a £50 case, and the sound deadening material in it, it's like a duvet, it's like a pillar. Brilliant, brilliant. Beautiful case to work in, beautiful case to build in, quiet as anything, and it looks nice. And it's about £46, something like that. Really, really is. Yeah, they are good and quiet. Wish I knew back then that I shouldn't make noise when the first time using water coolers, and thought they were, yeah. To do a massive 30 centimetre long high blocks passive cooling, no fans. Ooh, that would be interesting. No fans on passive cooling. For the price and quality, best is liquid freezer 3. Yeah. Anyway, let's get on with getting this done, because we need to put the GPU in next. We need to stick a screw in there, which ones are they using? They're using these. So we'll get the Wi-Fi card screwed down and in, and we'll see where we go. So we can get this tightened up and there. I've just changed my daily driver screwdriver. I've been using this one, which I got from a UK DIY store, God, years ago. I've been using it daily, but you can see it's chewed up because I use it for everything. It's one of them screwdrivers which will open virtually every screw you could need, but I use it for boring out metal holes and things like that. But I've moved on to this, which I got with what I got with a water cooler, actually. I think it was a water cooler. And it's an extra long one so you can get it outside. But I do like that one. It just took me some, I don't know, you just get used to grip on them, don't you? Get used to the grip. So we'll get the GPU in. This GPU is a 1060. So not an amazing GPU compared to the 50 series, but clearly does everything he wants it to do. And it's got I think the 3G means 3 grams of gold. Well, that's what RAM's worth nowadays. Probably the similar value, I would have thought. So we'll get this one stuck back in the hole. Click it down, nice firm pressure evenly on the card, and we will stick a locating screw in. We should have another one knocking around for this, and probably didn't have one. I don't think all the screws and bits and bobs were present. So I've probably got one in my box a bit. It's from Uncle Sorin. Stick one of them in. Before we tighten that down altogether, we'll put the next locating screw in. I like to push the card over slightly, so it's pushing that way down the case, mainly because I'm only putting a little bit of pressure on it just before I tighten that screw up, because the HDMIs don't always line up at the back, and then that one in there as well. So not a lot of pressure, but just enough to nip it up, and it's not going to move, not going to go anywhere, and it's nice and snug, and it's not going to cross the road on its own. we'll strip that back. That can go on there, so we'll cable tie that together. Important with this, electricity does not like going round corners, so please don't bend these too much. Right. Guess what? We've got somebody at the door. Just one tick, guys, I will get this door.
PCDD, you little shit. Yeah, got a little. Yeah, got a little.
Let me at him! Let me at him! Let me at him! Let me!
PCDD, you little shit.
Hello guys, sorry, that's another one in for today. Oh, sorry, look at this. We are hemorrhaging viewers when we go on mute, but cannot do anything about it because unless we take viewers, unless we take computers in, we cannot do that. And I'm going to thank, I remember to put that one on mute this time. I remembered mute this time. Yes, trying to catch me out with, I don't think she would have appreciated it if I'm being perfectly honest on that one. Dog decided to go for a walk outside. My RAM RGB been fine for years. Never had.
Kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur.
The guy, big gamer, bought his 2019. Oh, that yeah. it cut short. Yeah. Oh, bend the cables. I'll choose the power output. Yeah. Time to guess. It's fine. Laters. Oh, who's going? Laters. Morning, Electro. Oh, I'm Electro. Sorry about that. I think if Kitty was going. Sorry, Kitty, if you are going. Charging for the heat loss with the door open, Simon. You are damn right. Do you know what? It's not too bad today. It's about 8 degrees outside, so it's not too bad. Not too bad on here. So we should be. Oh, I kidded. That's what you did. Yeah. And Pitco. Yes. Right. We are back up to date with that. Yeah. What I was saying for the people who aren't aware. I'm just gonna tidy these cables up. Electricity does not like going round corners. It will, but it generates heat in cables. So just try not to cause too many kinks or bends when you are putting these on, especially on high-powered GPUs. Because if you do, you might find that you get damage or issues with the cabling. So just keep them, I won't say too relaxed, but you can keep them flexed down a little bit. So because we've only needing 6 of the 8, and it's split like it is, I've pulled the side 2 off, and I will push that all the way through. I've just taped them up, just make it look a little bit neater, because as we all know, we like it aesthetically. So I'm leaving quite a big kink on there. I'm not going to bend it over too much and cause a really tight kink in the cable, because what we don't want to do is cause a heat spot on the cable. Not that I think this GPU will do it, but if you get into good habits, you don't fall foul any time and do it the same again, because it's just about being repetitive. So it's got a solid case on here, so there's no point making it look ultra neat. It's going to be function over form and display. Okay, let me just turn that up. So if anybody does hit the sub button, at least I can hear them now. I think we've got everything in. We will bend his antennas down so we don't break them, and we will try and see if this will post, because I think we have everything. So let's stick a power cable on and in. I take it no one has had their NVIDIA power connectors melt on them from power shoes. I've replaced a couple on the. I've done 2 on 4090s. I've only done 2 though. I don't see a lot of graphics cards, if I'm being honest. I've got a 1660 coming in. I've got a 4070. A 4070 or 4060, I can't remember, sat on the shelf here. This is a 3070, sorry. I've got a 3070 sat on the shelf as well that needs repairing. So, but I've done a couple of 4090s with damaged connectors. One had been damaged by the person. He had been ramming it in or done something else, I don't know, and he damaged it, so there was no melting, but the other one had some melting. 2 of the pins had kind of started to get to know each other a little bit too much. I don't think it's a bigger problem as it is. I think it's probably bad fitting rather than anything else. So we're just going to post this or power this just to make sure it lights up. CD-ROM's making a bit of a noise. Let's get a HDMI cable in here. And plug here's GPU in. It's got an Intel, so we'll see if it comes off on board. If we get a picture, it will appear in bottom right hand side. I might admit it went off there for a second. It's come back on. That's good. I was getting really worried then because it decided to turn off. I don't know how we're doing that. Come on, picture. Come on. We're just looking at bottom right hand side of the screen. Let's have a picture. It might not output today. It might not have GPU. So let's stick it in his graphics card then instead. Come on, do the handshake. Let's get to know each other. Graphics card off again. Yeah, I can see that. It stopped spinning, hasn't it? That could just be triggered with that. Back fan's not plugged in, so ignore that. I'm just watching CPU fan at the moment. But graphics card did. That didn't actually go through to anything, that, because it's turned off straight away. CD-ROM's kicking in. I'm just watching for anything coming up on that bottom right hand corner. I'm hoping if something comes up, it works. Yeah, graphics card is definitely off. Now we did have an issue. No, his graphics card is spinning, so we have got power on his GPU. Can we see fan spinning on there? We might need a separate monitor on here because it might not like to output to OBS. Might be a bit of a pain in the backside because I decided to do the really good thing of let me tie wrap my cables back up this morning, and I've tie wrapped them up and it now won't do it. So I'm going to just plug this into my separate monitor over here, which hopefully will give me a picture. So I will lose, you won't lose signal, but I will lose, is it that button there? Um, 8400 i5 8400. Yeah, it's I've plugged it into a separate monitor now. I'm just going to see if I can is it just me who can't figure out which button does what on a monitor? Yeah, right. Oh, we've got no boot device. You can't see this bit because I'm on a different screen. But it is posting just as I've got no boot device, which is always good. So at least we know it's working. So if I unplug that and plug that into there, and we'll stick that back on there, and we'll turn this back over, and I bring my OBS back up, and we'll stick my OBS back onto there. Yay! And we've got a microscope. So that's basically what we're saying. So it is working. So we've got an output now from the computer. I just do not know why we have no. So we'll just turn it off a tick and go back to face cam. Oh! No boot device found. We have that plugged in. We have that plugged in. We have that plugged in. So why is it not? Do you think this is one where he's gone, yeah, it's just power supply, and it turns out it's power supply, his hard drive and everything else, because he hasn't bothered telling me all that. Or do you think it's just the BIOS which has gone flat and it'll just need redoing? So let's see if we can post back to BIOS. Let me get Mickey and Keeley board. So we're on the screen for the computer. Let's see if we get a picture on here. I'll do it the more interesting one so you can look down. Bottom right hand corner, if we get a picture, it should appear there. We'll stick a road into him, we'll stick Mickey in, and we'll stick a keyboard in. Okay. Come on, show me a picture. Right, we have picture. We have picture. Let's see if we can get into BIOS and select a boot device. Come on, show me a boot. There we go. So we can see, I wonder which one. I think it's probably his Evo, which has got yeah. So we can boot into that one. This is his SSD. I'm just going to go back to here. I can still see it in bottom right. I just don't want to put it on if it's got because you never know what's going to appear on screen with customers' computers, as we all know. If it goes to a login screen, I am happy with that. But we can see we have picture. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I'm going to give it a simple reboot. And drag that out of the way. Now we've got that one. Drag that out of the way a second. And we need to go down here. I'm going to try and shut it down. Can't believe it. It's not butter. It's not butter. Can't believe the size I'm doing that on. And I've got that one there. There you go. Don't go emailing him. There, and shut down. Shut down. And how, let that shut down on there. And I wonder why it never shuts down on first attempt. So all I want to do is just see if it'll reboot and automatically select that drive. If it does, brilliant. Brilliant. There we go. It's now designed to shut down. Come on, play ball, play ball, play ball. Mookie, I remember doing that a few times as well with just going to repost this. I just want to make sure we get a picture in there. Hopefully we'll get a post. If we do, and it goes straight through to Windows, it's now reconfigured itself and selected the right post device. My OBS is just playing up terribly. Right, it's done something. OBS is just horrible at trying to get things correct. Unless I hit the button exactly, there you go, it's worked this time. Unless I hit the button at exactly the right time, it just does that. No, it's not doing it. So we're going to have to go into the BIOS and manually select it. Some motherboards will remember it once you've selected it once. Some you need to tell it to use that one every time. Don't be so stupid. Oops, gone too far. And boot options, where's that one? Let's stick that right at the very top. Can I move? Oh, I've done override. Hit the wrong button. Yeah, more modern ones all remember it once you've booted from it, Simon. The older ones sometimes don't, as we can see. It's just a bit annoying that I hit the wrong button. I'm just keeping an eye on my OBS switcher so it doesn't actually turn off as well. Because if it turns off, we can't get back into it. Come on, hitting that. Power. Chipset. Where's my boot options in here? There we go. Couldn't see it for looking, and I've got my center screen in the wrong place. We'll just shift that out of the way. And we want to put that to number 1 option. We're going to get rid of that because we don't want it to boot from there, and we don't want it to boot from there either because I'm presuming he's booting from there. My dog's making a noise. Yeah, never cheap out on the power supply. Do you know what? Too many people do it. Too many people do it, Worms. Morning, Chill. Good morning, morning, Chill. I see so many people who do exactly that, cheap out on power supplies. And I've said it before on here as well with whatchamacallit, it's the what do they call it? Hard drives. They'll build a brand new system, everything from scratch, but they'll bring their old hard drives across, and it's like, what? And then they'll bring it to me. My computer's not working. It's not working because you've got an hard drive in which is 10 years old, or it's running slow, or whatever. Because your hard drive's 10 years. You've just spent $4,000 on a machine. Buy yourself a new computer hard drive. It's just crazy, 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 crazy. So look at this, straight in this time, straight in. I will just make sure a quick reboot will do the same response. So we are good with that one. Mr. Furby, Mr. Furby, Mr. Furby, Mr. Furby. So as long as this is done, we will say this is now posting and working. And we will do the one I'm not looking forward to. Not looking forward to it. And you all know which one that is. That is the massive, humongous 52 kilo computer. If you're wondering how heavy 52 kilos is, it's 114 pounds, or it's about 8 stone in weight. I mean, it's like lifting a small adult and trying to lug a small adult about my desk. It's just not pleasant at all. I have taken a lot of the panels and everything off to do it, but oh my gosh, it's just not easy to move stuff around or anything on it. So we'll get this shut down. We'll get the case put back on. We will call this fixed. We will put that back in the corner, which is actually the microscope for when we do board repairs. I'll stick that there, and we will disconnect this and rebuild. So this one is done. Not an interesting one particularly per se, but it's what pays the bills. We'll move Keeley board and Mickey the mouse over here. Come on, Mickey, get back in your place. And we'll get the covers put back on here. Both covers are identical, so there's nothing fouling it in there. One last quick check. We are good with the case on. So sit and look at a nice blank piece of case for 2 ticks whilst I stick that in. Look at my 6-pack. Who needs a 6-pack? I've got a keg. If you think these noises are difficult, you just wait until I get this big, mammoth, humongous, ginormous one coming out. So a bit of cable management. Let's not disappoint him too much. Let's tie wrap some of these things back up.
Yeah, got a little tiny one.
It's humongous. I've got a massive one. It's massive. It's not tiny. I've got a massive one. Coming up, that is.
Naughty,
Not showing off with anywhere anything else, believe me. It's massive. And I'm not looking forward to handling my massive one on the desk. It's just not good. I know that's a white cable tie. I've got no black cable ties in this size left. I need to order some more. These are just to neaten it up a little. I've got a load of cable connected. That's what I needed to do, is plug his fans in. That'll be Carl Thor. Back in with power. Is Falcon in? Hello, Falcon. Is Falcon in? Hi, Falcon. I've got a really small one. And yes, it's very, very, very heavy. Hey, my backslash sciatica, not bad this morning. Don't want to have any sympathy pains this morning. You will see how big and heavy it is, like lugging. Honestly, it's like lugging a body about. It is humongous. I've gone and forgot to plug his Molex connector in. How stupid am I? I forgot to plug his Molex connector in. So
Naughty,
I'm going to have to
naughty.
try and reach in here uncomfortably and see if I can get a Molex. See if I can get this in for the Molex. I'm going to have to take my watch off because I'm going to have to do a little bit of jiggery pokery to try and get this in the hole. I won't be able to get my hand in there easily. Get it lined up somewhere close and see if I can. Not going to have to do it. Not going to be able to. I'm going to have to take screws out. That's from me talking earlier. That's from me talking. I'm going to blame Dog. It was Dog's fault. She was distracted me. See, even trained professionals, live TV. We'd normally edit this out on a VOD, and you just see me doing it. Just see me doing it. Falcon, always lurking. Morning, Falcon. Ow, I think I've said good morning, but we'll say good morning. Oh, good Morgan. Do you know what I was saying? I think Carthor talks like this. It's Carthor. Power. I think Falcon is, hey, my name's Falcon. I talk like this. I don't know where he's from, but this is Falcon. Does Falcon really talk like this? Come on, Worms, you know Falcon. Does Falcon really talk like this? Is that how you sound, Falcon? I don't know. That reminds me. Hey, my name's Falcon. Is that how you do it? Hello, PCDD. Hey up, Falcon. How are you? Oh, I'm good. How are you, Cocker Spadger? I think that's Cocker Spadger. I don't know where that came from. Oh dear me. Hey up, Cocker Spadger. And I think Worms talks like this. Hello there. My name's Worms. I play Fortnite with Falcon. You do? I play Fortnite with Worms. Yeah, we do. We love playing that. That's how I think they talk to each other. Hey, Worms. Hey, Falcon. How you doing? I'm all right, Worms. How are they? He suddenly got really Barnsley at Yorkshire accent. Oh, come on. Hey. I can't even. I was going to do chill, but I can't do chill because he obviously streams. That's pretty close. That's pretty close. Ah, dear me. I am terrible. I do a really good James Bond. Hello, my name's Bond. James Bond. I do a really good James Bond. Just don't sound anything like James Bond. I get one screen. He's an Essex lad. Is that what it is? I don't know if I can do Essex. Is that Essex? No, that's not Essex. Oh, that's Scouse. I can do a little bit of Brummy. I can do a Brummy one. We should. Have we got anybody else in Pitcoat? I think no. Oldham. Oldham's Manchester. I reckon Oldham talks a bit like this, you know, with a bit of a twang from Manchester. Because I think that's how he talks. Is that how Phil talks? Joey Essex. I can't actually do an Essex. How do you do an Essex accent? I don't know. I couldn't even tell you how I could do an Essex accent. Sounds Brummy. That one sounds a little bit Brummy. Well, I think Brummy sounds a little bit like this because they tend to roll it a little. And then it goes into Scouse. The only one I can do is Scouse. I can do a little bit of Welsh. But unfortunately, when I do Welsh, it goes into a little bit of, probably a little bit of Indian after that as well. I used to be able to do a really good American, but I cannot do an American accent at all. And we're not even going to try any countries because we're not supposed to do them anymore, are we? But yeah. So we've got Worms and we've got Falcon on here as well. That's going to make me smile every time I do them too now. Yeah, that's. Do you know, some days you've got to laugh about. I put up some shorts that say you've got to laugh, you've got to smile and celebrate the small things. You've just got to laugh sometimes about the small things. And I know them guys don't mind me poking a little bit of fun because it is just a little bit of fun. Let's get this side panel on now. Those two are just going to hold it neat and tidy, but nothing spectacular, and we're not going to trap the cables, so we're good to go on there. We've got his Molex connector in, we've got his PSU fitted. We'll get these in and screw it down. I have a missed call. Why is that not rung? Never hear my telephone no ring. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Well, you won't because you've not. Ooh. Right. That is somebody else coming with another computer who's just rung. I know who that is. I know who that is to do it. I'm just, I shouldn't be doing it. I'm now imagining, do you know when, I'm sorry, Falcon and Worms. I'm imagining you two talking on chat. Do you know when you're playing Fortnite and Worms goes, I'm going to frag you. I want to kill you. I want to kill you. And Falcon comes right corner with his grenade gun. I'm going to blast your head off, kiddo. And I honestly don't know what they sound like. But you know, you get a mental image or a mental picture. I'm getting my own back on Falcon and Worms for playing all these sound bites in mine. When did Andy? Oh, is Andy here? Oh, the Welsh one with Andy. Yes, we can do the Welsh. Andy's from Swindon, you know, which is in Wales. I don't kill anyone. Oh, I'm a pacifist. 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 I can't even say pacifist. I don't kill it. No, that's... I don't kill anyone, bio. Well, he's now gone Welsh instead of Yorkshire. Oh dear. I think sugar's kicked in again from me. From a cup of tea this morning. I think it's kicked in. Oh, we're gonna get this puppet out of the way. We'll stick this guy's name on here so we don't forget who it is, because I did that last week and I was really annoyed with myself. So we'll stick those under there. I'm just going to put this in the other room. I'll be back in a tickle with... it'll take me a couple of ticks. I don't have room in my office for keeping everything in, not desktops anyway. But the good news is I've only got 7 desktops in the other room this morning. Which is better than the 11 I had yesterday. Oops. I'll put this through here. Oh, we're going to... that one needs thrown away. Put them on there. All right. Where are we? Okay, PCs is the new Lee Francis. Bow selector. Can you give me a rewind? That's the only bit of bow selector I know. Oh, so one tick, guys, I've got a phone call. PC repairs, how can I help?
Yeah, got a little.
Right, there is somebody else on their way in to see us. They are bringing a machine for repair. You sit in your corner and I'll sit in this corner. Ah, dear. I was shocked when seeing Martin Compton from Line of Duty. Oh my gosh, yeah, Scottish accent. I tell you, other one who shocked me as well is David Tennant, because I only knew him in Doctor Who, and I see there was something about the Scottish accent I just don't really get. And I know that's a really terrible Scottish accent, but they sound really Scottish, don't they? Really Scottish. Do your Mel B? Do you? I've got a really small. Do you know? Strangely enough, I've got almost 2 subscribers. I wonder if that swims in. Oh, 2 people unsubscribed. Oh dear me. I was racing. Whatchamacallit to 400 subs. Rusty Russ Repairs. If you don't know Rusty Russ Repairs, I think everyone does, but if you don't, please check him out. Rusty Russ Repairs, RRR. And he was on 394, and I was on 345. I had an uphill task, 55 to go, and he had 6 people to go. That's when I decided to race him to 400. Well, he's made it to 400. He was at 401 yesterday when I looked. Well deserved. So yeah, he deserves every bit he gets on there. Really good creator, as are a lot of people on this channel at the moment. It's such a good community. But yeah, really, really pleased for us hitting the magic 400. And there is a, who was I watching last night, guys? I would urge you just to have a look. If you're into doing things on here, just let me find him and I will show you his. Whatchamacallit. I would urge you just to check this guy out. He was on. It'll be in my history what I've watched on here. Let me just find him. Here we go. And I'll give him a shout out. Ever such a nice guy. I will just flick over to this, and his channel is R3PHLEX, however you pronounce it. And he did a games console last night, and he's getting into it. He's only got 31 subscribers, so please go and give him a like or subscribe as well. But just have a look at him, guys. Really nice guy, Canadian. Streams a few times a week, I think he is. Getting back into it, and did brilliant repair last night on a Xbox console last night, and yeah, just did a really good one. Nice, calm, chilled repair, and his skill set is really good. So if you're into circuit board things and like that, wanting it repaired, certainly on consoles, because I think that's what he's going to specifically go on. Certainly one to check out, but please do give him a sub or a like as well. And yeah, it's well worth having a look on his stuff. Really nice guy. But that's R3PHLEX. And he's just trying to build his subscriber base up. So, gentlemen, because we've all been there, haven't we? All been there. And I know he comes into my channel as well. He has a Discord as well. Yeah, and things like that. Michael, yeah. Oh, is that his name, Michael? Oh, is that Michael? Ah, I didn't know that were Michael. I did. Oh, wait, I've just got a customer at my door, gents. This lady who's just called. Just one tick.
PCDD, you little shit.
Yeah, got a little.
Sorry, guys. I didn't realise that was Michael. Sorry, with that one. I now connect the dots with that being Michael. So yeah, go check him out. Give him a like. Give him a sub if you fancy it. If you don't like it after you've watched it, you can always unsub. But yeah, just give him a sub because he's a new creator and he just come into chat as well. So really well-rounded guy with doing a nice repair he did last night as well. And he had some of the normal crew in there. Andy was in there last night. Ace was in there last night. I was in. James goes in. JFix, Rusty Russ, and so there's quite a few of the creators in there as well. So yeah, I didn't realise it was Michael. Got to really, yeah. Chill, I think you'd like it. I don't know whether you've seen it yet, Chill, but I think you'd like that. I remember to put you on mute that time. So we are now going to do the. We're going to do the big one. We're going to do the big one. The big one. Right, you might hear a bit of whiffing and puffing as I try and carry it through. I have got the side panels off, so it's probably not as bad. But it is still pretty heavy. Because I work from, oh gosh, the side panels weigh kilos in themselves. That's heavy to digest it. I'm coming through. Oh, need help. God, door shut itself. Come on, door. Oh. like watching a really terrible 1970s with sound effects. Oh, I'll have to leave the room. It takes your breath away. I'm going to try and lift with my knees and not my back. So I don't know whether I'm going to tear one of my vertebrae in my back, which are crushed, or damage me torn meniscus in my knee. But one of them is going to give way. I'm sure it is. Well, which way am I going to put this? I'm going to have to work on it that way. Flip. That's heavy. It doesn't actually fit under my desk. That's how big this computer is. It doesn't actually fit under the shelf. I've got it balanced on the thing. Oh. Right, let's see if I can. Right, that's about the only place I can get it. So that's his viewpoint whilst I'm working on it. So what is coming off again is this. The other CPU in we got from the customer, and then trying it. We then need to stress test it with some stress testing tools, and just make sure everything is as it should be on there. Whew. Wow. This is a 13900K with, I think it had 64 gig of RAM and a 3080 CPU. That's hurt my back. I'm going to fall out if you don't lift that properly. Yeah, Sean, I cannot express how heavy this is. It is really 18 kilos. Yeah, chill. This is, I mean, it's not 52 kilos as it is because I've took it out of the massive box it's come in. Last time I saw a box as big as this, it were at a strip club in Stringfellows. It was huge. But yeah, the box it came in is massive. Struggled to get it in my office. And then the side panels, the glass panels, the front, the top and everything, I've took all the bits off that I can possibly take off it. But I weighed it on the scales. 52 kilos, 114 pounds, 8 stone. It's by far probably, it's probably up there with one of the heaviest I've done. I think I've probably worked on one slightly heavier back a lot of years ago, which was a double stack CD copying machine. So I think that's probably the heaviest one I have worked on, but 52 kilos. I think in this form it's still maybe a good 40 kilos with this. That's how much the packaging and side panels actually weigh. So we'll get the CPU and everything out, and we will see where this goes. We'll see where it goes. We'll see what we can get done, and we will get it all hopefully working. I've told him if it all goes to plan and the stress testing goes to plan, we should have it all ready for tonight for him, so he can come and pick it up, because he built it himself at Christmas, I think it was, or recently, and he's obviously not been able to use it, which must be really annoying. Or he's used it and it's failed. That's it. It's failed during use, which was the 00 postcode, which was coming up yesterday. So that's the issue with that. Oh. Need my IPA just to clean off the old CPU and the water block and stuff like that. So just let me get some stuff out. It is a used CPU which is going in here. So hopefully this is from the customer. This replacement CPU, which is always nice. But this is the one, if you remember, which had the issues with the socket as well. Not well, I don't know how the socket has got damaged. I've mentioned it's to the customer that the socket is damaged as well. So we'll lift that up and we will get his old and take the. We're gonna have a bit of a question as well. See which thermal compound you want to put on it. I know Uncle Soren's done a review on the on thermal compounds, which I thought was a really good review. I'd have liked a better comparison table at the end, but that's just me being picky rather than criticism. And I'm not too sure. I think when I've seen James do reviews, JFix and Nano do reviews as well, they've always been a little bit different, but I'm not too sure how well he did the heat soak and things like that, and how quick he was repeating the test to get his accurate whatchamacallits. But I did find his information useful, and there wasn't a great deal of swing between the stuff that I use on a daily basis, which is that stuff, and I think that, which is the affordable stuff, compared to the thermal grizzly and everything else, was about 2 degrees. 2-3 degrees. Well, when you think about it, in grand scheme of things, you don't tighten your brackets down too well, or you do it wrong, and you're going to have a heat disparity of that anyway. And if we've just seen from the other cooler, they're not all created equally to do that. So here, you can't really see on this shot, but I can't even lift the... Oh, can you just see coming up there? You can see where the pins are damaged. I'm struggling just to lift the computer, it's so heavy. You can see the... that one might do it, might be easy. You can see the damages. So everything which is slightly different in colour are the ones which have been damaged. Now, we have had it under microscope. None of them seem to be touching. So that is a good thing. At least they're not touching. So we'll get the replacement chip in here. We did try this with my test CPU yesterday, and I don't know where that is gone, so I'm sure that will turn up, but we did try it with my test CPU yesterday, and it was absolutely fine. Yeah, it's a hardware one. The CPU's blown. I've put his CPU down somewhere. The CPU, what he has got, which is a shame, but we all know that there is issues. It's an i9 13900K. Whether it's been caused with a bit of thermal paste, but whether it's been caused with the socket issue, whether it's been caused with this, but he says it was playing the game and it came up with a 00 postcode and would not switch back on. No, I didn't mookie in the end. It's from customer. So no, I didn't want to do that one. I've offered James it if James wanted it for his new system, but it's just my test CPU, in fairness. It's just one of them. You sell it once and you've got no to test with going forward then. So so that was the thought process behind it. But I did think about it, but it's just probably not I would be comfortable doing. So we have a choice of thermal compounds, and I'm going to let people choose, just because I am that nice. We've got 5 different ones, I think, to choose from. 6 different ones to choose from. So we have, let's put that on there, and we will zoom down and we will say which one we want to fit. So number 1 is the Chinese stuff, which Soren measured at 2 degrees higher than the best one he measured at, but it was still 4 degrees better than the poor one. Morning, DJC. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's from another customer, from somebody else is the chip on that one, Mookie. We've got some Thermalright TF7, which I really like personally. I use that a lot. We've got some XTM70 by Corsair. We have some Thermalright TF4. We have some MX6. And we have Thermal Grizzly. And we've got some MX4. So what would we fit? MX4, MX6, Thermal Grizzly, XTM70, TF... I mean, if you can remember all them blinking numbers, you're better than I am. Let's put it like that. So what should we fit? I would normally fit this stuff for gaming things because it lasts a couple of years and you should really be changing it for a couple of years anyway. And the thermal properties of that I find work extremely well. But I use this quite a lot as well. It's a bit thicker paste, this one, so I prefer it on water coolers, where you get generally better quality coolers, should I say, because I find you get better with a thicker paste, because you've got better mounting pressure, it tends to be a little bit more even and whatnot. On poorer ones, this one, because the viscosity is a little lower. I don't really use the others that much. I use them, but not a great deal. Obviously, the MX4 and MX6 hot glue, no problem. I will get my stick out. MX4 for me. So should we go? Oh, MX4. So we've got 2 for MX4s. I have a decent sized bit of MX4 left. Should we go MX4 then? Should we treat him to MX4? Morning, guys. Forgotten toothpaste. I was going to say toothpaste. Joking apart, Raptors. Wow, how many years ago now? I'm talking 25 years ago. I remember cleaning a CPU off, and they went, I put some thermal thing on, I took it off, and it was set like polyfill or plaster, and they put toothpaste on it. So I do remember that. I test things. Good morning, I test. So we'll go for the MX4 on here. So we'll shift the other, we'll do that. We'll keep the MX4 to one side, and we'll put all the other stuff there. As well, if there is any solo PC builders out there who need any thermal paste, I have a lot of tubes of this, which I'm happy to post you one out rather than you buying any, as long as you're in the UK, obviously, because international postage, don't want to discriminate, but international postage is crazy amounts of money. Now, the nice thing about the other stuff that I use is you don't have to spread it. This, I can't remember whether I need to spread it or not. No, I don't. And I know we all have different methods, but this is the method I like doing. I'm not really putting blobs on, I'm just making sure there's good coverage with enough. Because bear in mind, it's going to go down to a few microns thick when we squeeze it down. So less is definitely more, in my view, on that. And I think we've all got to agree, if we put too much on, because we see something. There was that in what we did last week, where the pro fitter, if you remember last week, the professional fitter had used an entire tube, and it was everywhere, even underneath the CPU in the socket. It was crazy. The PCDD amount of, yeah, the perfect. I can call you ITTT. That's all right. Oh, I have a phone call coming through. 1 second, gentlemen. I have a call. PC repairs.
PCDD, you little shit.
I took you off mute just as I were hanging up there, cows. That just came through as I were hanging up. He's dropping a laptop and got a power issue. I worked on a couple of these in the past and whatnot. I've just realised I've got to put this computer on my cable for my thing, and it's cut through the cable. So we can get that lined up. Where's my... I've cut through my bloody cable for my multimeter, with this case being so heavy. Ugh! Good if we've got spare ones. Ah, dear me. I stopped replacing PCs since 1990s. What are you doing today, PCDD? I am. This is the 13900, which we started yesterday. It's having a new CPU. We've already done a power supply in another one, fitted a power supply, supplied and fitted one there. After this, we have got, I can't remember. We've got We've got another one. We've got another PC for Diagnostics, which is sitting on the shelf. Just that one there. That's having diagnostic. That's getting data recovery. That one there is having a hard drive. That's just come in, and I've got another one coming in for a power issue, and I've got some more in the other room. But I think I'm waiting for parts on 2 of them, and I think there's a couple waiting for collection, which is sat in the other room. So that is what we are doing today. You can read my lips. Let's hope you. There you go. But cows did just catch me out. As I was hanging up on the customer, I took him off mute, and it came up as I was a little ship. Great. So yeah, so some bits and bobs today. Some of them are just picking up from yesterday, because obviously we diagnosed yesterday, which was whoa, that's good. His case has come off. And today is obviously putting right what we diagnosed yesterday. But this is the massive one. If you remember this from yesterday, you know, the huge one. I will be glad to never see this PC ever again. To the fact that I was talking to somebody last night, and I actually said, if they're coming in this size again, I will probably say I don't want to work on it. Because there are occasions when I do refuse to work on computers. But I think I just don't want to hurt myself. It's just too big. Just too big for me to manhandle for one person. Just with the weight and everything else. Plus, it's also, because I'm trying to lug something around so big, I run the risk of probably damaging the computer as well. And last thing I want to do, because, you know, I would have thought a customer, if I damage their computer, will be more interested in me replacing the computer than, you know, I've dropped it on my toe and broke my foot, or I've dislocated my back and I can't work for 8 weeks. They won't be interested in that. They'll be just like, well, you've dented my case, I want a new case, or whatever. Which is right, but I think from a health and safety point of view, I would probably, going forward, if I got something this heavy, this big, this whatever, it would be a case of me saying, thank you, but no thank you. And I'm in a position where I can, working for myself. AIO, which is already in, so this, well, that should be under AIO. He's got these all wrong. Because he's got his fans, which are there in his AIO. Oh no, he's got the chassis fan, sorry. That really should be in CPU fan, because there is CPU fans, which is that one, and that should be in AIO, which is there. I think that's why it was bringing up the error yesterday. So at least we've got that plugged in correctly now. Probably not the way I would do all the cabling, but I didn't build it. Customer built it, and he's happy how he's built it, so we won't argue. So we've now got a CPU that is working in there. Oh, let's go to a wide angle. And we'll see if we can get this posted in there. Whew, £600 more costly to replace. Yeah, this is the Hero one, or whatever it was from yesterday, the Z790. It's not necessary either for this build, surely. No, it's not. It's not. At Manga99 UK, how is everyone? Good morning. I'm doing fine. Doing fine. We've calmed down a little bit from this morning. I was a little bit hyper this morning after a lot of sugar in my cup of tea. If you rewind to the beginning, you will see that it was having a, I don't know if it's a positive effect or a negative effect, but I think some people were a little bit concerned that I was a little bit, just a tad hyper. So we are gonna put that there. I'll tell you what we do need to do. We need to put my SSD in it so I can boot from my SSD. Now we did struggle yesterday, so I might cheat and put the SSD in this one and see if I can boot from here, because we struggled to get the other one next to GPU off. So just as a temporary measure, that is what I think I will do, just so I can run my drive in it and do some testing. Right, it's just a temporary measure, just so we can boot from there. So we'll get Mickey and Keely, Mickey Mouse and Keely board in here. Come on, Mickey, where are you? Hey, Mickey, I'm so fine, you are a mouse. Ah, this is one with special power cord, isn't it? Let me go grab the customer's power cable, because it's a, did we say it was 1300 watts or 1500 watt power supply? This is the one with the special power lead. If you remember from yesterday, all my dreams seem so far away. I repair computers every day. So that's his power supply, because it's a high wattage. I think it's over 1000 or 1100 watts. You get the high ampage cable. Traditional power supply one and his. So you can just see the size at pins and everything. It's so much more. It's only rated at 16 amp. I mean, UK supply is only rated at 13. So it can't be that much more. But I suppose it just handles the constant current, if that's the case, a little bit better. But yeah, it's just chunky. I can't remember if it's, oh, my back's killing me after lifting that. I think it was 1300 watts in there. I just need to see where it is, because it's right down at the bottom. Oh, I can't even move. Blinking case to get power supply. Oh, wonderful. My screen went off. Morning, Zola. Morning, Zola. Morning, Zola. I think I thanked Zola for the donation yesterday. There was somebody else who donated yesterday, and it didn't pop up on my stream, but I did see it come through in my PayPal. I don't know whose username it is, so I won't tell you their personal name, because I won't. But whoever that was, thank you so much for the donation, if you are in chat today. So I do thank you very much for that. And I did get yours as well, Zola. Thank you very much. Where are we? My brother was £238 though. That was a good deal. Yeah. So some of them, I think mine, they mispriced mine. So I saved about $300 on mine, on there. Now 75, good deal. You've been stuck. If you're earning 50p an hour, every penny counts. No minimum wage for gig economy. No, there's not. It sounds like a PC needs the national grid to run. It is humongous. You probably missed this yesterday, and I will show you. It's got some massive fans at the front. I don't know if you can see these fans. Let me zoom down. I did show these on stream yesterday. So when you look at it like this, you just think, oh, that's a normal size fan. Normal size fan. This I'm going to put next to it is a case fan. That's a normal case fan. Just look at the size difference on there. That is are they 120mm case fan? That's what you'd normally have in your water coolers, on your case, or anything else. Look at them, and there's two of them at the front. It is like a wind tunnel. It's like you could test aerodynamics of aircraft in this machine. It is that type to do. It's brilliant. Blimey, how big are the fans? They're just massive. They are massive. So anyway, we're gonna see if we can post into that other drive. So I've got. Let me find where I put Mickey. Hey Mickey, you're so fine. You are my mouse. And we will have a go at posting. Let's see if we've got it turned on. No, we don't. It's turned on. Did I plug it in at the wall? Yeah, I did. Right, we turn on at the wall. If we get a picture, I remember where the on and off button is. It should appear in the bottom right hand corner of our screen. And then once we've got a picture, doing that again. Did that yesterday, but I think that's because it's not on. Once we get a picture, it'll appear there, and then I'll flick over to the main screen as long as we get a picture. Just so you're not looking at me. It won't give me a picture unless I plug HDMI in though. So cut, edit that bit out. Keep forgetting to plug my HDMI cable in. We didn't get Henry in, did we? Henry the HDMI. There we go. We've now got Henry plugged in. I might have not caught it in time. it does look a nice thing. We've got a lot of fans and a lot of lights and everything else. We've got coloured ones there. It is a bit of a beast of a machine. Just gone through a power reset. It's a little bit unnerving while it's going through a power reset. That's not good. Wonder if those pins are going to affect it now. We've got 00 boot code like we were having yesterday. If you look at the bottom down here, we're just getting 00 again. It is definitely, it's like the mountain. Now this ain't good. Now one thing we did do, yes, we took that RAM out because we thought that RAM slot was damaged. So I'm going to take that RAM slot out again. And we might take his £550. I mean, if you need it, Simon, I'm not going to say you don't need it, but if you need it, it's one of those things with a motherboard. And mine should have been about 460, I think it was, dollars. But most people don't need anything with that type of power delivery or stability for everyday tasks. So the postcode down there, I think it's the wrong one. So we keep an eye on the postcode at the bottom. Still coming up as 00. We might try a reset on here. We did a BIOS update on this yesterday also. We are failing on CPU, if you notice down here. It is trying its best. It just keeps rebooting. Yeah, CPU's not detected. No, no. It's not even coming up with that. This is a working CPU, this one though. This has come out of a working machine. I'm hoping that the board with the whatchamacallit hasn't damaged this working CPU, because I will cry if it has. Because I think this is about 200 quid, this CPU. Let's take the cooler back off. Just let's double check the workings of here. This wouldn't bother me so much if it just weren't a big thing to work around, but we're not working with cheap components, are we either? You know, when you look at, I think we priced the board up yesterday at £600, £599 just for the board, the motherboard. You're looking at a used CPU being worth 200 new, what's it, £400 new, something like that. This 13900. So there's £1,000 just in the board and CPU, let alone DDR memory, which is worth about another £9,000 probably on there. So let's hope the MX4 compound is mighty darn sticky. There you go, work it off slowly. Stick that in the groove down there. Let's give that a wipe. Oh dear. Just reseat the CPU, because with the pins inside being a little bit iffy, I do think it might be his board as well. But we had it working yesterday. I don't know where my test CPU is, so I can't even test it with a test CPU. Let's get my microscope and have a look at those again. Let's flick over to... My microscope doesn't actually fit on the... the case is that big. It's stopping my microscope fitting correctly over the top. I've actually got to force it up to do it. Lift it up and over. And then I will try and arrange it so we can see through the microscope together. Oh gosh, it's heavy. Now, because the PC's that big, I can't even get the microscope into position, so I'm not even going to be able to. Let's see if I can just show you on microscope. Shift that out of the way. That was from earlier. And let's get a bit of illumination on. Turn my light on. Knock it down a bit. Right, I'm going to have to force the microscope out of the filter, but can you see the pins? Now, the ones now, I can't. The case is literally too big. I've got a big arm on my microscope, but the case is just too big for me to even get anywhere near. I'm lifting the microscope, but can you just see? Let me see if I can zoom in, and then if I can zoom in, I'll see if I can put it in the right place where I want to look. You see the couple of black ones at the bottom?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's definitely a no. Definitely a no, this one. I don't know if they're missing or whatever. I think this has happened when it's been built. So when we took the CPU out first time yesterday, yeah, they've gone. They've melted, haven't they, or disappeared. Let me see if I can pick the computer up and spin it round. And with it being such a high wattage system, pulling so much current, I would say we are the same issue of, I think we'll find that the audio fire. Right, oh gosh. Right, we are in a bit better position now, so at least we'll be able to see. Microscope. Right, let me focus in. I can't drop the microscope anymore, so I'm just going to have to use digital zoom, and because it just won't fit. Take his other stick of RAM out. Now, they're just too fine and fiddly, these, aren't they? Yeah, that pin's missing altogether now. That pin's completely burnt out and gone. Yeah, it needs a new motherboard, doesn't it? That looks like it's probably melted yesterday when we were doing it, or putting his CPU back in, which is what I did yesterday just to see final test. Looks like that, but you can see the amount of damage on some of these pins, and I think he's done that when he's built it himself. But certainly because there's another one there. Yeah, that pin's missing as well. You'll see, I know my fingers are huge, but the one at the bottom of the screen here is missing altogether as well. So he's now got a couple missing. So yeah. I suppose, you know, in some ways, gents, it's better to happen now than happen when he gets it back. But we did see it yesterday on stream, which I am thankful for live streaming. So when we took the CPU out, we could see the damage, which was already on. So at least he's not going to come back to me and say, you've damaged me £600 motherboard. Yeah, I am honestly just glad that I have streamed. I don't think he would say, well, I don't know. You never know customers when there's money involved. But I'm just glad I was streaming yesterday when I took the CPU out first off, and could see the damage instantly on the motherboard. This is those pins were damaged yesterday, so they've obviously clearly generated a little bit more heat than they should have done because they were damaged. And I'm hoping it's not blown the replacement CPU. Yeah, you can do the. It's not. I would not attempt that. I would not attempt a socket replacement. It's something that I just don't. It's super tricky to do though. You might need a right gear. Yeah, it won't be something I would do. Yeah, it's melted the socket also. Yeah, that's a good point. That if you look, there does seem to be other heat related damage. I'm going to have to move microscope, so it's not the best thing. I don't know whether that's melting or whether that's just how the thing's formed, but I very much doubt because everything else seems perfect. But these places around here, you can see other melting points on it, which don't seem apparent anywhere else. So they should look like that. The pegs there. So yeah, he has. It seems like the original builder, whoever that was, has inflicted catastrophic damage to the board. So I will have a conversation. Centerfill likes content challenges. Yeah, I mean, if the guy wants to go see the coder, because I presume you can post into him. Rather than not. So we will just pop his CPU, which is in my hand, back in the hole, and I will ring the customer with the news later on today when I finish streaming. Do you know what it looks like to me, just looking at it, guys? I think when he's put the CPU in, he might have put the CPU in wrong and then tried to force it down. That's why those are mashed. So he's then put the whatchamacallit over. Just move my microscope out of the way. Oh, don't like doing that. He's then used the he's put the CPU in wrong, which has caused the damage to the plastic, what we were just seeing on these pegs, which should be okay. He's put the CPU in like that, which is the wrong orientation because of the grooves. He's then closed this down. I will put it in the correct way, but he's then closed that down, and he's damaged things underneath. So I think that's probably the thing. What's happened to damage the pins, and obviously then been using it with the CPU in once he has realigned it. And it's not right, and that's why that's not been then quite lined up, because the pegs weren't in. That's why there's too much movement in the socket, and he could have been getting voltage to the wrong pins and things like that. So I think that's it has booted. He says he used it and he was playing games and it was getting hot in the BIOS and the voltages in the BIOS were wrong, and then it went with a 00 postcode and wouldn't work again. Yeah, that's what squished the plastic. I would agree. I think that's probably what he's done. It's squished the plastic and he's had it mounted wrong. He's forced it down, damaged the pins, damaged the plastic, then realised, swapped the CPU round, not realising it's caused the issues, used it for a while. The pins haven't been connecting right because obviously the socket now isn't perfect fit, caused it to overheat, caused it to short out, whatever it's done, damaged the CPU. I've put a new CPU in it yesterday, my test CPU, which has then worked because I've aligned it differently. it's aligned and worked because we did test it yesterday. We've then put a working CPU in today, and it's not working, but it then looks like it's because the pins are missing. Yeah. He used it, Worms, after we put the he used it after he obviously built it for a period of time. It's then failed. He's brought it to me. It will come up with that 00. I've took the CPU out, put a test CPU in, and we got it working. We've got it working on stream. We've tested it with my hard drive and everything in, booted, stress tested, 5.5 gigahertz, worked an absolute treat. Spoke to the customer, told him, got a substitute CPU, fitted the known working CPU just now, and that's when it's failed again. Took it out and we can see the pins are missing. So yeah, we're going to have, I won't say an unhappy customer, but I can't really do much about it. It's not my fault. I think we would all agree that it is original builder's issue. It's just an expensive thing, because do you know, if he has damaged his CPU, I think we can clearly see the board needs replacing, which if he buys the same board again is £600, because I can't see him taking that back under warranty, because what they will do is look for damage on the socket, and it's dead easy to spot. So unless he can get another way of getting a cheaper board, he's 600 quid into a new thing, plus the cost of the strip down and fit, plus if it has blown his CPU, which is now back in the socket, he could be into it for a CPU as well. So all in all, sometimes trying to save 150 quid by a professional such as myself not building your PC is not always money well spent. Because if I'd have done that, I'd have had to buy a new board or a new CPU. But chances are I probably wouldn't have done that. As I would have probably known a little bit better, or like to think I would have known a little bit better. Drop my screw down there. These are really fiddly, these things too. Get off and come on. Put that one on first. So false economy sometimes to do that. But yeah, 13900K CPU, possibly fried, and a £600 Z790 Hero board. Definitely damaged. Definitely damaged. They don't speak great English, so I might struggle to fully communicate it with them. I might just point them to the stream and just say, have a look on there, because I think it's pretty self-explanatory if they want to watch. And the other thing as well, I think when we do that, I've got nothing to hide. I am confident that everything I have done has been done correctly. So it's a shame. It's a shame. I can't see chat at the moment, gentlemen, because I'm stood up, and I can't see chat when I'm stood up. But if you recall as well, the RAM slot here was off center as well. It was leaning. It looks like the RAM slot. That was the first thing I think I noticed yesterday. This RAM slot was leaning over there, and it really shouldn't be. The RAM slot here had been damaged, so I have moved it back a little, but it's certainly not where it should be on there. So right, we will pick this up and move this back into the other room, because I can't leave it on the bench. And start this. Where are we? Could do a socket, a board to test failed or replacement CPU. Yeah, I've not got another board which will support 13th or 14th gen CPU. Try using a Wang capacitor, it fixes everything. I always built my own, and they all worked first time, and I built a few for friends and family. Do you know what, Worms? I don't think building a PC is hard, but that's because I'd like to think I know what I'm doing. It's just a case of taking your time and making sure you double check certain things, like putting CPU, like putting RAM, like slotting things in, and making sure it's got it right hole. You obviously get quicker the more you've done, but I don't think it's hard. But I will often get people ring up and say how much, and I charge £150 for building a PC. And they'll go, oh no, it's all right. And then they'll ring me a week later once I built it, and it won't post, and you'll get it. And I mean, we've seen several on streams where they've put things in the wrong place or done things wrong or it's broke, you know. So it sometimes can save you money if you build them. I don't have a problem with that. But if you're not that confident, maybe it's worth getting somebody else to do it. Certainly if it's an expensive item. Yeah, some rush. They watch a video and think, oh yeah, this is easy, and they just put it in. They don't actually pay attention to the little detail. I love building PCs for my friends and family. Yeah. Oh, chill. Good to hear you. It is still working. So, right, I'm going to try and lift this back through there. I will let you know the outcome of this. Where'd I put the CPU? I will let you know the outcome because I know we've all kind of invested a bit more time than we really should in here. And to be quite honest, I've invested so much time in this that I can't really invest any more within the diagnostic charge, which I'm charging him, because I spent 4 hours on it yesterday, 3.5 hours on it yesterday, or whatever it was. Maybe another hour or so today. For your standard diagnostics, I can't afford to do that as a business. So I'm going to try and carry it through here, and then I'll bring the next one in. So wish me luck, guys. Oh, gee whiz. Don't let me remind me to change my cable for me multimeter because it's cut it. God, it's heavy. I walk like a crab. Come on, door. Open. Oh. And it's just typical, isn't it? The heaviest one that I've got is causing the most problems with. Oh, gosh, that is so heavy. Okay. Right. Right, where the power issue one? Oh, bloody back. Oh. I need to make them pay me £150 an hour. I think it's a divided thing, that honestly, man, but I think it's a fair price. I do get the occasional person. I can normally tell them on the phone. They'll ring up and they're usually relatively young. I'm talking low teens, because they've got them for the birthday or the Christmas present or whatever, and they've been told maybe off the parents or something like that. Most people pay it. I'll tell you now, the amount of jobs I lose for price, I wouldn't even say it's one per month. I do not lose on price. I will openly tell people I am not the cheapest, and I am not the cheapest in the area. I have won the title many years by independent voting on 3 of the best and other things, and I've been awarded so many things for the best repairer in the area. But I will regularly tell people I am not the cheapest. Please shop round and you will find that I'm not the cheapest. But they like my very transparent and honest approach, and also the customer service. I've got hundreds of reviews on both Google and Facebook and Trustpilot, and I haven't got anything other than 5 stars, which I am extremely proud on. And that's not because I do it right every time, because occasionally you make mistakes. I made one last week, but I put it right. I mean, it was a simple one I did last week. I rang the customer up and told him that something wrong with his computer, because I got his phone number mixed up and I was meaning it was for another customer. I did the job for nothing in the end, didn't charge him anything. So sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. Ah, dear me. That's Virgin Media annoying me again. I would do it for free and enjoy putting them together. We could have a bit of an agreement here. I'll charge customers then, Worms. You build them for free and I'll still charge customers. What do you reckon to that? I reckon that's a good idea. I do encourage people to have a go with some repairs themselves. because I think if they can have a go, if it's an easy one or what I deem to, or what I think is probably easy or within the skill set. To this customer here, I said to him, I said, look, I said, if you built a computer yourself, I said, I'm going to be charging you another 50 quid for fitting your CPU because everything what's involved on it. I said, save yourself 50 quid. And then my words, save yourself 50 quid and put your CPU in yourself. They decided to pay me 50 quid. So, and that's what my charge for doing that bit today would have been. Obviously, I can't charge them that now because it's still not working. Yeah, if I pay postage both ways, you won't enjoy it if the parts actually broke. Squishy. I'm sure Squish would get them right. I'm confident that they won't be, or the customer accuses you of breaking apart. Yeah, that's the big issue. Is fortunately I've only had it, I think once, maybe twice, where a customer has said that were working and it's not. So yeah. Right, let me change my leads because I have gone and cut through those, which is never a good idea if I'm going to start measuring things. I've got another set of silicone leads here. Swap these over, and I need the red one. Since it's the red one that I have damaged. For the multimeter. Can't believe the blinking thing has broke it. Just a nightmare of a machine. So let me see if this lead is okay. Turn my multimeter on. I'm going to beep mode. Resistance, continuity. Yeah, see what my resistance of my probes are. 0.11 of an ohm. Yeah, that'll do me. Yeah, I think I've only had it once where a customer said really that I'd damaged something. The story behind it was he had his laptop in for repair, and he brought it in for repair. I can't remember what was wrong with it now, if I'm being really honest. And I charged him, I think at the time the bench fee, the Diagnostics, was about £40. So he brought it in, decided not to have it done for whatever reason. I think it was because he wanted me to tell him what was wrong with it, and so he could do it himself. Fair dues, fair dues. Picked it up, took it home. He put it in the front footwell of his car, because I saw him do it, because I was stood next to him when he did it. And I actually said to him, don't put it there, you're best off on back seat or somewhere like that. You know. Anyway, he gets back, sends me a really snotty text message with a photo of the lid of the laptop with a great big scratch down it. It's a black case laptop, great big white scratch. I suspect it has slid under the seat. Slagging me off, really going to town on this email, on this text message, saying that I damaged his laptop. I can't believe I've given him back something so damaged. And I went, well, you picked it up from me. It were perfect. It weren't here. It was probably in your car. You took it off me. Why didn't you see it when you took it off? He tried to say he took it off me upside down, or I deceived him, all this, and started getting really abusive. And I went, I'll tell you what, give me your address. I'll come down. I'll give you money. He went, no, I'm not giving you my address. I went, if you want your money back, which I'm going to do, you give me your address and I'll come and see you. So he reluctantly gave me the address. So I went down, pulled up outside. I was furious. He was just scamming me, absolutely scamming me. He never wanted to pay a diagnostic fee, absolutely scamming me. And I honestly don't think there was a scratch on it. I think he'd painted it with some type of marker or something. I don't know. So I knocked on the door and he wouldn't come to the door. Sent wife to the door. And I went, I've got this money for you. Never, ever use me again. Never use me again. And he didn't. But yeah, I think he just didn't want to pay his 40 quid. And the annoying thing is, he would not go to work for nothing. But people think business is a fair game. But anyway, I digress again. We have got a no power one here. Don't get me wrong, I have a confidence in Squish. That was put down. I'll make sure that vids are in pics like PCD as proof. So if you want to accuse, let them. Yeah, do you know what? I think the important thing is you keep evidence. I take pictures of machines when they come in now for conduct. Certainly if there's any issues, or sometimes you get a feeling about people. Yeah, I think some people rational probably don't come into it with some. Fortunately, they are far and few between. And yeah, I work the courts. I've seen it all. Yeah, I worked in prisons for a while, yeah, obviously some of the people what you see in there aren't the nicest, but some are really nice. And I learned some of them were ones you had to watch out because they were more manipulative. Yeah, over 40 quid. That's all it was 40 quid. And do you know what? I'm not going to show off, guys. I don't lose sleep about 40 quid. It annoys me, don't get me wrong, but 40 quid wouldn't make me lose any sleep. 400 quid would, but £40 probably wouldn't. I just think, do you know what? Life is too short to worry about £40. The amount of stuff I do for charities or for free for other people, £40 is pretty insignificant. My customers tend to tip me more than £40 a month because I do such a good job. Even though I am quite expensive, they still leave me tips. It's unbelievable. See above comment D. We have enough streamers now. Please don't have the cameras. What? Plus, I don't have... Oh, we've got enough streamers, don't have the cameras. I'll send you a camera, Worms. You need to get on that, Worms. You need to get on that. I don't have anything to fix. Just break something. DS lights on stream. Yeah, get doing it. Get doing it. You only need your mobile phone. Get your mobile phone on a platform under there. That's all you need. Record it all off your mobile phone. Go old school, like it used to be done. So, guys, with this, we've got HDMI at least, so we might get a display coming out. Let me grab a power cable. Oh, God, my back. My back. If there's anybody sat in chat who would like to hit the subscribe button just so I can test my commands, that would be very, very appreciative. But if you don't know who I am, I stream several times a week, predominantly doing PC repairs. Varying levels of success. Generally, we get a lot fixed. 5 out of 5 yesterday. Today, I think we're on a par with the one which has got now another issue, which was the one we've just done, which is the 3900K. We did the Threadripper yesterday, which we got done. That's going to be worked on later this week. This one's coming in for no power. I do everything from PCs, laptops, circuit boards, micro soldering. It really does depend on what comes through. Short finding, power faults, data issues. I've got some data recovery in. I work for myself, and this is what I do. So a bit of self-publicising there. I usually keep chat entertained as well, and we'll see where we go. So we'll just try it at power. We've got power in here. We're plugged into the mains. We'll just turn it on. That fan's blowing. I know you guys can't hear that. We've got no beeping, which we do have an onboard beep. We've got a yellow light, which is just power indicator on Dell's, I believe. We have hard drive. I think this one is posting. I don't think this one has an issue so far. But we might need to just do a bit of testing on here. Because it could be, as we all know, a intermittent fault with thermals. So we'll see if we get any type of picture. Can we go bottom right hand corner of the screen if we are wondering if we get it to picture or post. So it's gone into Windows because it's not instantly gone off when I press that, so it's not sat at a BIOS screen. So we'll get Mickey and Keely, Mickey Mouse and Keely keyboard. So I don't know where Mickey. Oh, Mickey's gone over there. We'll get them plugged in. In and out, shake it all about. You do the okey cokey and you turn around. I don't know what I'm doing. There we go. Figuring it out. We have picture. We do have a picture. I'm just going to shut it down and change his drive for my test drive, so at least we can do some diagnostics. And there. Make sure you're on live chat. I've done that. Ooh, yeah, that reminds me. I think I got a subscriber come through. I'm just going to double check on there. I've got the wrong screen on. Yes, whoever that was who subscribed, I do apologise. If you hit the subscribe button, it should have come up on screen. I don't know why it's not come up on screen. For some reason, it's really intermittent if you're hitting like or you're hitting subscribe. But thank you so much for whoever that was who hit the like or subscribe or whatever else it was. So I do apologise. But thank you. I unsubbed and resubbed. Did it come up, Rebel? Did it come up? I think you've got to unsub for a certain amount of time before it lets it come back up anyway. They're just not coming up on my alerts for whatever reason. I did spend a lot of time with James. James the other day. And we got it working. And I did have somebody sub earlier and it worked. And then it decided not to work again. So it's just a bit hit and miss. Just a bit hit and miss. I got 2 donations yesterday. One came through, the other one didn't. I only knew I got the second donation to the channel support when I looked on YouTube, on PayPal later that day, and I feel a bit awful when I miss any notification because I'm just that type of person. I prefer to. I don't want people to think I'm ignoring them on purpose because I am not. Anyway, only problem with Mr. Worms, it's OBS has problems of its own. Yeah, OBS has issues. So let's see if we can get some of this taken apart and see what. I'm just going to try and get down to the hard drive down here, just so I can see what's what. Might just be able to pull power out from the hard drive there. This got won't have with it. It's probably an older one. This. There we go. Got the drive out. Ooh, 2 sticks of RAM, that's worth a bit. It is DDR3 1600 and they look like 8GB slots of 8GB pieces. We don't have any other real slots in here. So have I got an SSD? I must have an SSD. We'll boot up a memory stick. I do need to get one done. I keep saying I'm going to get one done and I keep forgetting to do one. So we will post onto there. Stick that in there. Right, keep an eye on the bottom right hand corner. If we get a picture, I will flick over to full screen. Yeah, we have picture. Okay. Yeah, hard drive not found. F1 to continue or F2 to change setup. We want to change setup because we want to boot from something else. We'll just change that round a little just so I can boot from my USB storage. And get that there. Apply, and I think exit sits there. Right behind where I've got the screen, so we'll just shift that for 2 ticks. Right, I'm hoping this will just post into the USB. If it does, brilliant. Ooh, a bit noisy. I think it's probably a power issue, this, rather than another type of issue, because 371 subscribers. Again, guys, I'm really sorry. I don't know who else is subbed. I do apologise. Again, it is not coming up on my stream, so. It doesn't. It's not even coming up on chat. I really don't know why. Because StreamerBot is connected. Streamlabs is connected. We're all...
PCDD, you little shit.
We're all there. Hello, Andy. Hello,
Yeah,
Andy.
got a little tiny one.
I've definitely got a tiny one. I am chasing 400 subs, so only 29 to go. So thank you so much for that, gentlemen. Thank you so much. This isn't booting into anything significant, so we'll see if we can get back up on here. I am trying to get into this, and that's why. That's interesting. The HDMI. We've got a little bit of news now. The computer's just power cycling. That is why we're not getting a picture. That is why we're not getting a picture. Mandy. Worm says you must have him blocked, as he doesn't block. Sorry, I had to go for a meeting. No problem, Andy. I hope your meeting went well. What do you mean? So Mr. Worms, try blocking aside from Mr. MK. He keeps he keeps time, everyone. Yeah, I did hear that he was done. David Grokel, good afternoon. Good morning. Not seen you in chat before. Howdy doody. We'll say hello, David. Hello, David. Hello. I don't know if you're one of the new subscribers who has hit the button, but thank you so much. If you are 372 now, going up by the minute. Thank you so much, guys. I do stream quite often. During the day and on an evening. Generally PC repairs. The one we have in today is now just power cycling, so we're going to have to try and figure out why it's power cycling. I suspect it's that, but the good news is it's a standard power connector, so least we may be able to power it from a standard power supply. See where that is. I had a meeting with the toilet. Who's blocked you? Oh no. So let's just check some voltage on that PSU. Get this up and running, and we'll get my meter connected so we all can see it on screen.
Oh no.
Oh no. I do like that one. I think we can all agree the best one ever though is exclamation ship. It's a wonderful one. Wonderful one. I think it's what's become synonymous with me as well. I haven't got wasp on mine. Sorry. Right, we should have the meter in the top right hand corner. We have it on DC power. DC voltage. Stick that in here into the SATA connection for the 0 volts of the ground, for the negative, whatever you want to call it, but it is 0, and we'll just see if we've got anything on these. So we have nothing on that one. We've got red down here, so we'll see if we've got anything on red, and we've got nothing on there, and we should have a yellow just there. We've got nothing on there. We'll try green, which should be our standby, what we earth to switch. It should be the, yeah, we've got 3 bolts on the on there, so we know power supply's switching, but we knew that anyway for that. Cathode back. Power. Oh no. Power. Today fixed a T14 Gen 2. I buy motherboard for parts. David, I could sell you tons for parts. The amount of motherboards. We've just done a £600 Z790 Hero motherboard, and the socket has been destroyed. Power. So what we'll do, we'll just see if we get any voltage when I post. So we've got 3 volts on the 3. See if we've got anything on the 5 when I do it. We are getting 5 volts. This seems like a power supply issue. Let's see if we get 12. It is just power cycling on and off. Yeah, we've got 12. So we've got all voltages present on there. I'll take the plug out. We'll try the same test with the plug out to eliminate any shorts on the board. And then I think we may find this is a power supply issue. I did speak with the customer yesterday because I did say it could well be a power supply issue, and he were like, yeah, just order me a new power supply. I said, I don't know whether I'll be able to get a brand new one, because you can't always get brand new ones of these. He said, well, whatever it costs, just get me one. Okay. So let's see if we can get this out. Oh, here it's tight as a tight thing on a tight day, this thing. Zip. Let's do super exposure. These are really flimsy cables. I know they're only data, so they don't have to be amazing, but they're normally twice as sturdy as that. So I can walk this power cord out. So we'll repeat the same test, but we'll bridge the supply to turn it on, because I don't think... Oh, it has. It's got a test button on the back. Wonderful. It's got its own little test button on the back. So we'll get a nice 0 in. We'll put that in the Molex again, in the SATA. So we've got a 0, ground, earth, whatever, negative in there, and we'll try 12 volts on here straight away. So I want to see 12 volts come on the power supply. Let's hope it doesn't shut down. Test button not working. Oh, well, I need to plug it in. There we go. Stick that back in 12 and see where we go. 12. Test button not working. I wonder if that test button only kicks in on this model when it's like that. So we'll bridge it with a pair of tweezers. Get me blue ones. I like my blue ones better. Get my blue ones. I like my blue ones better. Dog's complaining. What? What's up with you? You've been to the park with your ball this morning. You've been out to play. Yeah. You went out first thing, didn't you, at 6 o'clock? No. I want to buy a cat. Go away. Told you. Go buy a cat. Trade you in for a cat. Right. Oh, got another missed call. Is it Tuesday today? It is Tuesday today, isn't it? Yeah, Tuesday today. I forgot what day it was. I've got loads blocked. It won't let me remove them. Worms, are you that unpopular? You've blocked loads of people. So we've got ground, we've got that. I'm just going to short out the green and the black, which should be those two there. Can't get my tweezers in there just to boot the supply. Those tweezers aren't long enough. I'll try. They'll go in. Yeah, that's definitely coming on, so that's okay. Right, we've got any voltage. We've got 12 volts on there, which is good. And it's not cutting off. Let's see if we've got... We should have 5 on there, not dropping, and we should have 3 on that one. Yeah, not dropping. So I think... Power supply is... So it could well be a board issue. So I think once we've had a look at the board, we'll just test if there's any shorts on the board. It is... What's the date code on that power supply? Because this gives you an idea on how old the system is. Date code is R1521, so 2021. That'll be the 5th of January 21 on there, because I think they put it in American format, don't they? Your parcels arrived. Woohoo! 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 Parcels arrived. Right, guys, so let's just check the board for any shorts. We'll get that back onto... We're on continuity mode. Don't think you can hear the beep. Sounds like a flatlined. Beep. We'll find a nice earth again, which will be on... Not on there, because that's not connected. Oh, God, I've got it stuck. We'll find one on the board, which is connected. Which I'll do for probably... Stick them around the back, it will be out of the way. We'll stick that in that hole just there. Yeah, we've got a nice earth, got a nice ground, got a real nice ground actually. Yeah, so that ground's okay. That's just in the screw connector for what's it called? Oh, dear me. VGA. I forgot what it was called. And I'm not going to be able to get to many of my inductors or anything like that. Wonderful. Wonderful. And they're all going to be on the other side of the board. I'm just wondering whether it's going to be as easy to just take this board out, because then we can work on it. I'm going to take board out. Take board out. Work on board. Take board out, because if we've got to do any component replacements or things like that, Just with it booting and not booting, I just don't know whether it'll be a short. Because customer did say it'll work sometimes and not others. I don't think it'll be a shorted. I don't think it'll be a shorter power supply. So I think on the board we will be getting the right necessarily bits and bobs. No. We'll be getting all the right voltage and stuff like that. Let's see where it goes. But yeah, pays your money, you take your chance. Ouch, can't get that one out. There you go. Not many screws on a VOD. I would normally say I'll be back in a second, but I can't do that on live. Has everyone seen in the United Kingdom? We have a TV license fee. If you want to receive televised live broadcasts, whether that is on terrestrial TV via an antenna, whether that's through satellite, or whether that is through the internet from a major provider like the BBC, you must have a TV license. So because the BBC is a national thing, it's a criminal offence. You can be put in prison for not having a TV license because it's classed as a criminal offence by not having one and viewing televised broadcast. So what the BBC has now done, and you might have seen this if you live in the UK, they've now said, because they realise that nobody's watching iPlayer, which is governed under the TV licence, even if you watch iPlayer, which is the online one, even if you're watching on demand and not live, you must still have a TV license. So because everyone is now watching YouTube, because I'm so amazing, obviously, because everyone's now watching YouTube and not watching iPlayer, they are then going to start streaming all their BBC programmes on YouTube. And there is talk now, because all these people have said, I'm not having a TV licence because I don't watch live TV. If BBC start streaming their content on YouTube, because you've got access to it, there is a possibility they will be charging you for a TV licence for watching YouTube, even if you don't watch iPlayer. That is the latest thing, what they're doing in the UK to start ripping people off. And I wouldn't mind if iPlayer or BBC produced a programme that I really wanted to watch, but I don't watch it because it's not the stuff I really want to watch. But they are kind of forcing us down that route of we've got to do it. I feel like I've got a screw in here somewhere. Feels like there's a screw somewhere on there. I wonder if I need to take the heatsink off. I wonder if that's not on a plate, it's on the chassis. Probably. Oh, because they're tight. I can watch the BBC in the EU for free. Yeah, isn't that crazy? It's absolute crazy. And if they start streaming on YouTube, everybody around the world, in theory, will be able to watch BBC for free, unless you're in the UK. Well, they are going to start streaming on YouTube. But I say the debate is whether... Because at the moment, if you say, I only watch YouTube, I watch Netflix, and I watch Disney, for example, a couple of the streaming services which are available in the UK, you don't have to pay a TV licence. And because YouTube's gaining so much more traction and popularity amongst certainly younger people, there's a lot more people saying, I'm not buying a TV licence. I don't even know how much it is a year. I can't remember. I pay mine monthly. It's about, I think about, I don't know, 20 quid a quarter. It's not mega expensive. The BBC are obviously losing a lot of revenue by people not doing that, so they're going to start streaming on there. If they get it through, there is a strong possibility, if they get that through, that they just will not be able to, you won't be able to escape the TV licence fee, which is diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Okay, we are trying to get this now out. In typical Dell, they just don't like coming out easily. Wonderful, we are now out and disconnected. Woohoo. Don't know, Pico. Don't know. I don't think they'll get through. They tried to do it before, back in 2014, I think it was. Try and get through any broadcast. So if At the moment, as it stands in the UK, if you don't have a TV licence, you cannot watch any live or almost live televised broadcast from a reputable TV provider. So there is some debate on where it becomes as almost live to live. So is it 10 minutes or is it an hour? If it's transmitted as a +1 catch-up service, it's still classed as live. But if you watch it 2 days later, a live broadcast which has been retransmitted, it's then not live. But my argument would be, do you know, if you're watching a repeat of something, is it a really live broadcast because it's a repeat? Is that different to watching something that is 5 days old, or you're watching a comedy from 1970s on BBC One? I don't know. I think they'll need to get to the bottom of what they're doing and how they're doing it a lot more. But yeah, I can see a lot more controversy coming about it. But it's just another way of stinging the UK really for a bit of extra coin, isn't it? We've got 3 volts in the battery, so battery is good on there. In Germany, everyone pays for the yeah. Well, that's how it was here. Everybody was paying for it because you just really couldn't escape it. And we used to have detector vans going around. I don't know how they ever managed to detect, because I don't think the equipment what they had in really could do it unless they brought the equipment into the house. But they knew which addresses weren't. So it's a legal requirement to, whenever you buy a TV, for them to retain your details and send it off to the licensing people so they can hit you with a letter saying you must pay this, you must pay this. And as I say, it is a criminal act. So it's denoted in law under criminality that you can actually be prosecuted and put in prison for it in the UK. And it's actually classed as an official ID document as well, which is bizarre considering all it's got is your name and address on it. This board is so bent. Is that just... I don't think it's down that. The board is actually twisted. Right curve at one side. So yeah, a little bit annoying more than anything else. You pay the taxes even as a tourist. Yeah. Our TV licence is backed into the tax now, yeah. But I mean, there's a lot of stuff which governments are doing to try and get some extra income. Whether it's right or wrong is a bit debatable. Those inductors, they must be on CPU rail, because those inductors there have got 4 ohms of inductance, so that's okay. We've got some more inductors up here, so we'll test these. But again, I don't think this is a power supply. It's like it's got some water damage. I don't know if that's water or dry flux. You see this? I think it's just maybe from factory. It looks like a dry flux or something like that as it's been bored in this case. Yeah, there's no evidence. The case is actually with standoffs. They're quite a bit high. Woohoo! One of my parts is on its way. Just got my notification come through. I had to buy an M-SATA drive yesterday for a laptop. How hard are they to buy now? I couldn't find any branded M-SATAs. Could not buy any. Probably add it to broadband costs in the future. I think if they want to keep it free, they've got to do something else. But I wouldn't be adverse, because it's a bit of a boys' club, isn't it? I wouldn't be adverse to say, like they have BBC America, which is full of adverts, and that's how it's funded over there, to put adverts on it. I don't watch BBC One because it's not got adverts. I watch things what I want to watch. So I think the days are gone by as having that as a big defence. And you know, when they do it, you've got to put up with it and do it. I prefer them without adverts, don't get me wrong, but you know, if it's paid on a fair market like that, that's fair. Can you imagine how much that first advert will be worth? How much that first advert will be worth? It'll be worth more than Super Bowl advert and all these other adverts in time which have been worth millions. The first advert on BBC television will be worth an absolute fortune. Be crazy amounts of money. Yeah, I don't watch... If I put terrestrial TV, live TV on for maybe 10 minutes a week, if that. I just do not have it on. Yeah, it's all repeats. Considering how much they generate, I would say 98% of their programming does not appeal to me. Yeah, I agree. ITT, they need to change to a different business model. I watch more Channel 4 if I watch TV. I quite like Channel 4. I think it appeals to my thing. TV is garbage and propaganda. I think, Kitten, you have got a fair point. BBC has always held itself higher standards for being independent. You know, British broadcasting. I just don't know whether it holds its same. Bags on there. So none of the power rails are shorted, which we knew because it was doing what it was doing. I just don't know if it'll hold itself in the same standard of regard if it went to an advertising platform, whether people around the world would. But it's got its reputation, but it has been slowly eroded and destroyed by what they're doing and how they're doing it. So I don't think it's holding much hope in that anyway. This is, oh my gosh, you can't really see, but I'll try and focus on. I'll put microscope. Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's an i7 2600. An i7 2600. This is an old system, so it must have had a power supply, with that power supply being that age. 500 gigabyte, 1000 gigabyte, 1 terabyte even hard drive. See if there's a date code on drive. 14054, so 2014. So it might have had a drive as well. It's an old chip, that, isn't it? It's an old chip. Let me plug that in and take that out. I am just going to double check that I am on the right number on this CPU just before we dig any further. Let me select to microscope. Nice to have my microscope back. Yeah, so it is an i7 2600. So I'm wondering, with the type of fault it's got, whether it's a CPU issue. CPU issue. I just need to text this. Oh, that's Mr. Postman. I just need to text this customer. Oops. Yes. Yes, I'm in. Yes, until 2:30. Yeah. Okay. Let me just try another CPU in here. Just make sure it's not a CPU what's died, because that could, with the fault it's got, it could be something like a CPU. Even though it's not showing as heat related, it could be still heat related on there. I've definitely got a retro PC here. Annoyingly, another retro PC. I've only just got rid of them 4 Windows XP machines. Well, 2 of them are still sat on the shelf, picking up later on for those 2. Yeah, missed the Olympics, but you've got dedicated Olympic channels anyway. I watch proper football, not American football. Discover have the rights to Olympics and Winter Olympics. Yeah, they showed it, didn't they? Yeah, I think you'll find in maybe another decade that we will all be on more subscription-based systems. Just going to get my CPUs out, and we'll be on a more level keel of you kind of pay for what you watch rather than just paying a flat fee for stuff you don't really want. So yeah. So let's just make sure we don't get that mixed up, and that's the customer. So we're looking for 2600 second gen CPU. They saw it a way to make more money by sub. Yeah, I mean ultimately they're a business. You know, they employ people. They've got bills to pay. I wonder if that's the same. Got a 3300 there. Will that fit in a 2600 board, or will it be a different thing? I'll just have a look because it is the same socket. That's a 47. Should really put these in some order rather than having to look every time. 87. I think we went through these the other day, didn't we? To see what we'd got. We have a 81. 66. Yeah, same socket. Yeah, I'm not too sure whether the BIOS will support it. That's the other thing. So if I've got a 20 second gen, I'll bang a second gen in. That's not 4th gen, third. That's another 3. I think that Pentium's the same generation. Yeah, it is the same socket. So we'll just keep that out just in case, because I think that's what they did on that. So Pentium, 4th gen, i3 530. Wow, that's an old one, and a i3 41. Let's check these last couple which are sat in here. I'm sure I've got a 2nd gen, 4th gen. We have a 4th gen, and we have a Core 2 Duo. We've got 2 more sat under here. I've got quite a few Intel CPUs. 8th gen. I can tell that's the wrong socket without even reading it writing, because I can't see it writing. And we've got a 2nd gen. We've got an somewhere a 2000 series. So that's actually a direct replacement. So we will put all these back. We have a direct replacement. So we'll try a CPU to start with. We will just make a note of that. We'll put these CPUs back. We're going to have to sit the computer back in the case, because how Dell love to wire their things up so you can't do anything. Thank you, Mr. Dell. Thank you. I love it when you do it like this. So this should be a, put it on microscope so I can see, because my eyesight is not that good. 2600 i7 2600, I think that is, and what came out was a i7 2600. So it is exactly probably come out of a Dell computer. And we will go back to all, because my scene is on the wrong one. Stick that in there. Excuse me. As much as I hate Google for a lot of reasons, I pay YouTube Premium because I care about the creator I watch. Thank you. Thank you about that. I do not earn anything from that, but thank you. I know what you mean. I do exactly the same. I've got YouTube Premium. I've got 3 YouTube Premium accounts. Because I've got 2 and my daughter's got 1, so I pay for all 3. But I think it's a excuse me, sorry, I'm just going to cough. I think it's a nice way, like you say, to show your appreciation, to give back to the creators. I do it on Twitch as well. I sub to a couple on Twitch also, and I sub to a couple extra on YouTube as well for additional. Because I think it's nice to, like you say, to just give that little bit back, to say, hey, it's what we do, because we don't actually pay for YouTube apart from this time, which I know is extremely valuable for a lot of people. No, they will. Because what do you want them to pay otherwise? What do you mean to? Do you mean with YouTube and NFL? All right, okay. Right, I'm going to pop that down there. We'll put that in there, and we'll get our power supply rigged back up. Don't need them all in, but I will need a main power, which goes on that way, you nugget. Make sure you put a screw in, because it's moving, moving. one in there because these might work as anchor points anyway. Do not like how that board has to be screwed down like so, but it is screwed down now. We're not going to put a heatsink on it because I want to see if the CPU's working and getting hot, and we can always put a temporary one if needed. We've got that in there, and we need our 12-volt supply, which reaches all the way over this side. And we should have a button here for power switch. Power. Right, we are connected. HDMI in there. Right, just before I press the button on that, gentlemen, I just need to pop off and use the facilities because I've been streaming since whatever time, and I haven't had a pee since 7 o'clock. So 5 hours. I'm crossing my legs. So you'll have to give me 2 ticks and I will be down in 2 shakes. I'm just going to let the pooch out as well, so I do apologise, but nature calls and the dog needs going now. 2 ticks.
Yeah, got a little tiny one.
Oh, yeah. Right, we are back. We are back. We are back. Back. We are back. We are back. We are back. Sorry, gents. We are back. We are back.
PCDD, you little shit.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hello, hello, hello. I took the liberty of just popping into the kitchen as well and just grabbing a morsel to eat because I haven't eaten today either. I'll grab myself a cinnamon roll. I don't know if you guys like these. They're just not cinnamon enough. And some homemade flapjack. This flapjack is amazing. Amazing. A really good friend of mine made this for a party on Saturday. And I just can't stop eating it. And I just wish she'd make some more because it is so nice. Absolutely gorgeous. Go on now. Sorry, just muted you, just to so you didn't hear me chewing on stream. Missed anything in chat? Oh, we've got a light. We have a light. I got a really small one, and it doesn't even get any bigger. It's definitely a grower, not a shower. Let me have a look on there. Right, and we will get back to doing this. I didn't realise you could purchase films and whatnot on YouTube as well. That was quite a new thing for me, realising that. Right, I'm going to post it and we'll see if we get a picture down here. I'm only after a bio screen. I will shut it down if the CPU starts to overheat. So we'll post it now. So we've got a blue light. See if we've got a picture down there. CPU's not getting, CPU now is getting warm. I'm just going to grab a cooler, just a temporary cooler. So I think I've got a little one yesterday, what I was using. So we'll use this. It's only a cheap cooler, but it'll just give us some idea on keeping it cool for a few minutes. At PCD, if you have 3 premium, I hope you have a premium family. No, what I do, ITT, I've got my daughter on a paid subscription. I've got me on a paid subscription, and I actually bought a one of these cheap subscriptions off CD Keys. But because I've become a streamer, I'm the same philosophy of we need to give something back. Because not all streamers are in a position to get ad revenue. Not all streamers get donations, because you don't get ad revenue until you hit 500. You don't get ad revenue until you hit 1,000 subs anyway. So a lot of it do it because they enjoy doing it. So I thought if I get YouTube Premium, because I can't be doing adverts, at least the bigger streamers that I watch will get some revenue from that to do that. And then what I sometimes do for the ones which haven't got it, and they're over 500, you can then go into the subscription tiering where you can donate like that. Or I'll sometimes donate to the ones I watch, you know, £5, £10 or whatever it is, every now and again. I'm not flush enough to be able to do it as much as I'd like to all the streamers, but I do try my best to do it as and when. So we now have a heatsink on. We've got motherboard plugged back in. And we are going to try, and we've got a picture. So we do have a picture on there. As we can see, no bootable device. Well, I know there's no bootable device because I ain't got one plugged in. So we'll stick a USB in there. What I want to do is try and get some heat into here and see if I can get it to fail, because I think it was probably a fault on the CPU, which is what it was doing or not doing. So we'll get Keely the keyboard in, and we'll get Mickey the mouse in, and we'll see where we go from here, guys. So we'll do Control Alt and Delete just to reboot it, and we'll hit the Del key. Del on a Del. It's a 3900, oh 3000, yeah, we know that. We ain't got one of them plugged in, and we want to do F2. So boot sequence, we've got that for there, so that's good. And we'll see if we can just get a reboot. Give me a rewind. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Time for an early lunch today and then exercise. Thanks for the stream, PCDD later. No problem, Worms. Thank you so much. Enjoy your steps and exercise. I've just eaten my dinner on stream. So yes, enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Thank you as always for sticking your head in and coming to play. I missed the F12 key there, so we'll bang the F12 to do that. It's an option on YouTube. Oh, right. This isn't going to let me do it unless I've got a fan plugged in. You stupid computer. Let me grab a heatsink with a fan. Of course, we just happen to have one of those as well. I've got everything. Oh, it's going to be one of these ways. It's got a proprietary fan connector. Why, Dell? Why do it to me? Dell. Dell, why do it to me? We're going to have to see if we get the proprietary connector stuck in that hole down there, just so we've got a fan spin. There we go. We have fan spin now. You're not working because my fan's not connected. I don't want to work. Right, we'll smash the F12 key and see if we can get it to show us a little bit of it's alive, it's alive, it's alive, I tell you, it's alive. Previous fan, we know that F1 and BIOS setup. Why aren't you showing me? Because you're in Legacy. So I need my yellow one. Did all that and I'm into the wrong thing. Let me go on my yellow. Can't remember yellow and red, which is set up for Legacy. One of them is. Could be yellow. I think it's the yellow one. Should we just plug them both in and see? Can't remember if it's yellow or red. I have different USB sticks, which one will boot from UEFI, for example. One will boot from Legacy. One will do this, one will do that. And I can't remember which one it was. I think it's yellow. Almost positive it's the yellow one, which boots from there. So stick yellow in there, and we'll stick red in that side. So hopefully it'll boot from one of them. Turn that on. Yes, we know you're getting warm. We know you're getting warm. Don't get too cocky about it. We know you're getting warm. And microscope. We want F1. There we go. We can see it now. Not a secure boot platform. I didn't pretend it was. So don't try it. Yeah, we go. We're booting. Right, so I'm going to use Ventoy on this memory stick, and what this memory stick has got is got quite a few different things on, diagnostic tools, and just some other bits and bobs, so we can have a quick tinker to see what's what and see what's coming through. Just taking a while to load Ventoy, which I don't know why it should, because these memory sticks are incredibly quick. I can see the light flashing away. So it shouldn't be, and it is the red one which is being accessed. So hopefully it won't take too much longer. Won't take too much longer. If there is anybody in chat who would like to hit that like button, you are more than welcome to. We do not charge for people hitting the like button. It is completely free, as we would say. So there we go. This is not getting any further than that. It's still scanning. It is going through. You probably can't see, but the blue light on here is definitely flickering through. So it is doing something. Probably can't see under there because of the lighting, but it is giving me a flash. Woohoo! Flash. Ooh. Let's shut it down. Let's pull the red one out. Let's go to yellow and see if we can get yellow to come up. F12. So we'll get the same screen up. We'll bang the F12 key to see if I've got it posted. F1, then F12. So it's got to be that red one then, hasn't it? Was there an option to turn secure boot? And I bet there's not, is there? I don't understand. Oh. Wow, that's getting a bit toasty. That's getting very toasty. That was remarkably warm. I'm just trying to position this. Oh, 2 seconds, guys. I've got a customer here picking up. 1 second.
PCDD, you little shit.
Sorry, gents. That was a collection. I'm going to have to fit this this cooler to this because it's overheating when I have got another customer here. Just 1 second, gents. Got another customer here. Just drop off this one. I think it's the power issue laptop one. This. Just 1 minute, guys, sorry. Right, sorry guys. A little bit of a confusing one on there. He wouldn't give me his password, so I've given him the computer back because there is no point me working on things that I cannot repair. I use an analogy of if I can't repair it, if you wouldn't take your car to a garage and expect them to repair it without being able to drive it. And I am exactly the same. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. So I've just received another letter just inviting me to an award ceremony for an award that I've won. So sorry guys. Yes, I've just given him the computer back. And I needed to speak to the boss whose computer it was. And he was like, oh, I don't give you the password. I went, well, I can't repair your computer then. And it was like, fine. So take it away. I'm not in that desperate need to try and work with one hand behind my back. It's frustrating and I don't want to do it. So let's see if we can post this. I think if I press that and that, we'll see if we can get a picture in the bottom right hand corner down here. Which hopefully will appear. Hopefully it will appear. It's not even post. This is can't be CPU because this is what it was doing before. Fans are spinning. It's cooling down. It's not hot. There we go. We've now got post. We need Keyless keyboard. What do you charge him? I didn't actually charge him anything. Yeah, and he's got customer data on it. And I see where he's coming from on there. But he put me onto his... This guy who brought it has used me a few times before. That's why they come back with that. Is his boss who... And I appreciate that, this customer data on there. Under my repertoire of clients, I work for Trading Standards within the area. I've done work for Trading Standards on quite a few of their computers. I've done doctors, surgeons, healthcare services, children's services. I work for children's homes. I work for retirement homes, people like that. I do everything from solicitors, computers, VAT inspectors, police. I've done all sorts. 30 years doing this, I've done all sorts, and they come back to me time after time. So, but I appreciate that I probably get maybe 2 or 3 a year which don't want to give me it. Fine. I get some which will go, oh, you need to come to my house, I'm not giving you a password, I need to sit there, I don't want you looking through my computer. And you go, oh, when I used to do house visits, you'd go and you think, yeah, you're a serial killer, that's why you don't want me to do it. Where's your kill room sort of thing. But I learned off my mistakes. I don't need the job that desperately to think I've got to spend 2 hours working on your computer to find I need the password and then you not answer your phone, and I cannot work any further because I find that frustrating. I'd rather work on another job. And he wants it back tomorrow. So you want me to repair it within 24 hours and you don't want to give me the entire thing to be able to repair it. I'm going to be up against it. If you're that funny about giving me a password, you're going to be so funny about anything else I do on your computer, repairing wise. So, do you know what? It's what it is. F2. Pull that out, but red one, which we're going in. Yeah, I agree. I think you are quite correct, ITT. And I respect people's opinion for that. And like I said to him, I respect what you're saying to me. It's just, if I'm respecting what you're saying to me, e.g. you don't want to give a password, I won't work on it without a password. So the choices are for that. You either leave it or, come on. Right, this is loading now. Or you take it away and find somebody else who'll work on it without. And again, it's their choice. I don't force anyone to come to me. And they've decided to take it away to see if they can find somebody else who will repair it for tomorrow. I know full well that there is nobody else who does hardware diagnostics like I do in the area. Well, there's one others, but he'll take about 3-4 weeks to do it. So not saying I've got a captive audience there. I've just got a bit more of an audience or a bit more of a thing. And if they now come back to me, I won't work on it, because that's my other principle as well, is if I weren't good enough before, now you've shopped around, sorry, I'm not just being a second-rate repairer for you. And I'm probably, that sounds really arrogant, that, but again, it's just not how I do it. I find it quite insulting. Like if people say, can you give me a discount? No, because if you don't value the time and effort and the experience I'm putting into your job, you're not valuing me. And if you don't value me as a person, I shouldn't really be working on your machine. So I refuse to work on anybody's computer who tries to haggle me down as well, which does upset some people because they think they can haggle with everybody. Well, it's not a game I play. I'll pay a fair price for a fair thing, and that's my philosophy in life. It is recommended not to give your password out to anybody. I completely agree. And do you know what? I can take his drive out, I can put another drive in, and I can boot off another drive. If he's got a TPM or something like that, it might interfere with that. But what happens if it's a software issue he's got on his machine? It only comes up on his version of Windows because it's driver conflict. I can't work on it, I can't repair it. You end up sending it back, and again, this is from experience, you end up sending it back, and you end up with an irate customer ringing up and saying, you've charged me all this money, my computer doesn't work, and no matter how many times you tell them, it's because they didn't give you the password when you asked for it. They do not believe you, and they still think you've ripped them off. So again, I stand by that and say, nope, doing that. I don't use a password. I'm only one on my PC. I have a 1-letter password on my PC down here, and that's because I can just hit it with one finger then. Right, this still is not booting, so I don't think this is... That CPU is hot, and I think the computer is... It's not on. Oh, so let us... So try another CPU. Yeah, I think it's trust, Mang. I think it's trust. Do you know if they don't trust me to repair the computer? Because we all know, come on guys, we all know, is a password going to stop me getting to the data? No, it's not. You can bypass BitLocker, for goodness sake. I was watching a video on it the other day, and you can bypass it with a 10 Dolo Pico flash and a bit of software. So it's not even going to stop me bypassing BitLocker encryption. Is it going to stop me getting into the stuff just with not having a password? No, it's not. It's not going to stop me doing any of that. But it is a necessity if I need to test under their working environment. And if they don't trust me enough to do that, again, I find it a lack of trust in my ability to repair the computer. We're all wired a little bit different. And I'm not saying what I'm saying is right. I'm just saying it's my view on it. And the experience I've had, the people where you then go, oh, don't give me a password, are the ones which cause me the most pain and headaches. They do. They cause me the most pain and headaches, and I do not want pain and headaches. I want a simple life and move on to the next job. That is all I want to do, is do that. So good luck to anybody wanting to do that. And if they don't use me again, they don't use me again, but there's 699 people per year which will. So again, it might sound a little arrogant. It isn't meant to sound that. It's just meant to sound like there's another day. I'll go to sleep tonight, I'll wake up tomorrow, and it's a different day. And gone are the days where I worry too much about it. So this is staying powered. We've still got power to the board, so it's not the power supply which is cutting off. So I think the power supply is fine. We've tested the power supply in and out of the board. The board is powering, but it is shutting down. So I think it is a heat-related component. We swapped the CPU. It's not the CPU. I don't think it's RAM related because it is trying to load and it's just not coming up and then it's shutting down. So I don't think it's RAM related, but we will try the RAM because it's nice and easy to swap. But I do not think it is a RAM. But so we'll see if we can swap the RAM out now. Turn that off at the main switch. Oh, you can have the SAM or wherever Windows saves passwords nowadays. Usually it's set a new password, fix the issue, copy the old SAM back. It won't work on BitLocker though. Yeah, but Kitten, do you know when, I'm going to sound confrontational, when you're working for yourself, time is money. And if I'm doing all that additional work, whilst I'm not, let's say it takes me 15, 20 minutes, let's say, just for argument's sake, and I'm doing all that, again, experience tells me the ones which are, and maybe not this one, so I'm not saying it's this one, but experience tells me the ones which I have kicked myself the most about are the ones on inquiry level when I've taken the computer off them, which have been awkward about insisting that I do a certain thing, which is insisting I'm not going to give you the password or insisting I do it a specific way. They're the ones which have caused me, in 30 years of doing this job, the greatest pain and stress. So if I've got to put a carte blanche rule in with myself is I do not work on a computer unless I've got access to the operating system. Fair dues. If you don't want to do it to me, somebody else will work on it. Fine. Fine by me. Fine by me. That's my decision. We all have standards. We all have decisions. We all live by our own little rule set, and that is mine. That is mine completely. But I respect everyone's opinion if they want to do it differently. So we're going to swap the RAM out now. Enough about that. Enough about my peculiar ways of doing business. Oh, they did give me enough cable. I'm going to swap both sticks of RAM out. What was the problem with the computer? He had a power issue. Wanted me to test it here and now. Or his boss wanted me to test it here and now. And I went, no, I don't do that. You leave it with me. Again, when people start insisting that I do it now, it's not what I do, because they're the ones generally which cause me the most stress or most grief, because it's never a 2-second job, even though they all, but it's a 2-second job, just plug it in. Never is, as we all know. And then they're the ones who expect you then to do a 50-minute diagnostic on the computer while they stood over you, because it's a 2-second job. You're not doing out else, and they just want to walk away and not get any work done. Again, they're the ones which I've learned from experience. When they're insisting that you do something, the ones I walk away from. And some people are just made like that, aren't they? That they insist because they're used to people working for them or used to doing it their way. Unfortunately, it's my train set, and I choose to do the jobs, not the other way around. I'm in a very, very, very fortunate position to be able to choose that. Right, we've got another 8GB stick of RAM here. We're just going to sling in this machine. But he had a power issue. It wasn't charging, which is probably a hardware issue. But let's say it's not. And I need to, get into Windows to see see if there's a power-related thing in Windows that CPU's only booting halfway through. You look at that with what James is doing for JDT. That goes to the BIOS screen. Don't go any further. Might go to the post screen and then fail. How do I do a stress test? And yes, I can put an additional drive in it, but it's putting more things in my way. Let's just say it was a power issue where I needed to get Windows access because it was a ACPI driver conflict, or whatever it is, the Windows power management conflict. You just can't do it, can you, on another hard drive because it's loaded into its profile. But again, it's a, if they don't trust me to do that because of customer data, I mean, I don't know what they're wanting me to do with the customer data. They fit garage doors for a living. Do I really want to know, their 10,000 customers, what they fit garage doors to? Probably I don't. So there we go. Sorry, Mang. See you later. We all have definitive points, and that's just one of mine, unfortunately. Yeah, it might come across rude or arrogant. It's just, honestly, I've dealt with customers for 30 years, and I get 5 out of 5. I will stress, guys, if you looked at my business profile, I have not got a single solitary non-5 result, and I've got hundreds of reviews because I go that extra mile wherever I can for customers, and I don't need the hassle of trying to then put an awkward customer right, because you never win on that case. Never win. You just end up losing, and it's never a nice experience, and I don't want a bad experience. Oh, no to them. Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. See, it is that case. It is that case. But you know, sometimes these people aren't used to being told no. Again, I'm not saying it was this customer, so I'm not pointing to this, but some people just aren't used to being told no. Right, this isn't even posting at all now. It's lighting, but we're getting no post at all. It is just instantly now shutting back down. Now the question rises itself. It's a Intel i5 2600 CPU on here. And again, this all comes down to streamlining when you work for yourself, and any business owners here will understand this, is when you're working for yourself, how much time do I want to invest in this, and how much money does the end user want to invest in putting this right, when you could probably buy this Windows 7 machine, which has got a sticker on the side for, with a 2600 CPU. I would say you could buy this certainly working for less than £100. So unless we start identifying it as a easier fix with the issue it's got with it overheat, well, sorry, not not overheating. We've changed the CPU, we've changed the RAM. If it was a £500 PC, probably spend a lot more time trying to diagnose where the components are. Chance of being able to get a component on this board pretty slim anyway, unless it's a common one like a cap or one of transistors. But it's then, does then the customer want to spend, let's say, £80 on a repair? So if I'm taking the board out, I'm repairing the board, I'm putting components in and out, do they then want to spend £80 on a repair? I would probably say, yeah, I would then say it's probably not a viable option for doing this. I mean, does everyone agree with me on that? Is it worth an £80 repair on a computer that's only worth £80? You know, the disc is probably very old as well. Or would you then say, let's invest the £80 in a replacement that is working rather than that? I think that's probably where I would recommend it to the customer, is let's not invest a lot of money in here, because obviously there are issues. So yes, we would agree on that. We would agree. Let's get customer CPU back in. I'm going to get some screws back in here as well. I found the hardest thing when I was coming to business is there was two things which were really, really tricky for me. One was what to charge customers, and I still don't like charging customers to the day, but it's a necessarily evil. And second thing was how much time I spend on repairs. Now, I remember spending, I can't remember how long it took me, well over a day, and I changed some heads over on a hard drive, some platter heads over on a hard drive, and surprisingly, it didn't work. It didn't work, and I changed, did something else. What else did I do to it? I think I changed some other heads on it as well, from another hard drive over it. I changed heads a couple of times, and if anybody's changed heads on a hard drive, I will stress it's a lot of years ago this, and I didn't have anywhere near the right equipment. I was doing it because it was a friend of a friend of a friend, and I just said, look, we'll have a go at this. And I spent probably 2 days of my life trying to do this, not doing anything else, doing that, just to try and help them out. And it failed. Like any sensible person will go, what the hell are you doing? It failed. I'm not a YouTuber. It weren't there for content. It was there because I was trying to make money and everything else. And I suppose the moral of that is I was being a busy fool. And I've done it numerous times over the year where you invest more time than you really should in a job. And whilst I'm investing time in that, I'm not paying my bills, earning money anywhere else. And we all got to work for money. I'm fortunate because I love what I do. And I'm sure most people who do these type of jobs, or certainly people watching, will be either loving what they do if they do this, or loving what they're watching if they're watching people do this. But probably why some of my repairs aren't as in-depth as maybe other people's. You look at Joey Does Tech, for example, or you look at James JFix, or some of the other creators, and their in-depth repairs will be a hell of a lot more in-depth than mine, because they're doing it as a, well, I know Joey does it as a full-time job, but if you know what I mean, they're doing it for content rather than wages. Apart from Joey, I know, but if you see what I mean, so it's a different ballpark that you do it, or that's my view on it is. Anyway, who knows? Who cares? Who cares? Let me put these 3 block screws. Head change, really need the right equipment to have a change. Yeah, I know. I watched a couple of videos on it because they went, is that what you can do? So I went, I've seen this video. And I went, I've never done it before, and it's probably never going to work in a million years, but I'll give it a shot. Oh yeah, give it a shot. Anything's better than nothing. Honestly, I did it and I thought, it's not work, but I thought I'll give it another shot, because it intrigued me more than anything else, just to try. So that was one of the hard things I had to learn, which was streamlining what I do when I do it. But yeah, doing it's a bit of a dark art, isn't it? Is data recovery, to try and get it working, to try and do it properly. Some of the data recovery guys, there's not that many good data recovery guys, I will say, on YouTube, and some of the data recovery companies which are out there are absolutely shocking. I've got 2 data recoveries in at the moment, and I will stress, all mine are software data recovery, apart from if it's a hardware issue on the board, and then it becomes a hard drive, or it becomes electrical, a hardware recovery, and then data recovery, hardware repair, than that. But yeah, some of the data companies out there, if you just read some of the reviews, horror stories for some of the reviews out there for these companies. Okay, sling these back in here. We are nearly having this rebuilt. I'm not expecting it to work because it didn't work before. It's not going to work now, because other than having a quick poke around, I don't think there's much else we can do to this, because I would say it's some type of IC, which is not playing ball on the computer and overheating. I will speak with the customer and just say what I've found for the basic diagnostics, because there's no charge on this one. That's why I don't want to spend too much time with it. And then we'll take it from there and see what he says. He did say just do it at any cost, but I think when I start explaining the costs of a workable system compared to a non-workable system, it doesn't make it a viable proposition, like we've said, to do this. But we can move on to the next job, which is probably a nicer job to do. It's a shame, because we could have done that power one, what he just dropped off. That would have been a nice one for stream. So he wanted it done straight away, but he didn't drop it off. I don't mind putting his hard drive back in, because I'm probably going to have to take the hard drive back out anyway to do it. So I might leave his hard drive out, actually thinking about it, because it don't want to really go in there. So we'll leave that bit out. we'll leave that out, we'll turn that off, and we'll put the front on, and we'll slap the case on there, and we'll move on to the next big one. So yesterday we're 5 for 5. Today we are 2 for 3, or is it 3 for 2, whatever you call it. We're 3 jobs down and only 2 repairs. Some days are like this, aren't they? Okay. That can go on there, that can go on there, that can go on there. And his extremely expensive RAM can go on there. Right, let's have a look. HD Recovery Service is an amazing channel. Yeah, I watch him. Is that the Canadian or American guy? I think I watched that one. Yeah, my repairs are only for fun and content. Yeah, wow, Magna, I will watch it back. Oh, what did he say? What did he say? JFix, you just missed a real rude guy. Yeah. I sent him on his way with his laptop back, James. Not rude. It was just very insistent that I do it kind of his way, and I was just explaining. A lot of years in the industry, working with customers, anybody who's insisting and we do it their way, I don't do the job for them because it's usually painful for me and not for them, because the insistent and the way they dictate to you doesn't always stop with that. It's not what he said. Never said he was rude. All down to interpretation, ITT. How you make money. Using PC 3000 tool. I wish. Do you know what? That is an absolute fortune. I looked at that. But the skill set, even using that, is still immense on that, James. One of my hard drives are playing up, but it says 100% working fine. So I'm just moving things off it as we speak. Hard drives, the amount I see which say 100% working, and there's issues with them because they're just reading wrong information from smart. I usually say with a hard drive, and this is how I explain it to customers, is it's saying it's healthy, it's saying it's 100% or whatever, but it's done, I don't know, 30,000 hours. So it's equivalent to you being 60-year-old. Chances of you being 100% healthy at 60-year-old is pretty slim because you've had a life and you've done it. And the other thing as well is, if you drive a car, your onboard computer will tell you if your number 4 cylinder's missing a stroke or whatever it is. I don't really do cars. If it's missing something. Brilliant, that does that. Doesn't tell you whether your window's smashed though, but we know it's smashed because when it rains you get wet. So something you've got to do from experience. And if a hard drive is showing as healthy, but it's not performing as healthy, or it's giving these random things, that's your experience bit. That's which points is not always what that is. I have a full-time job. Are you a telecoms engineer, James? Never knew that. James climbs really tall, big things. Terrifies me at heights. I've lost too much data to leave it. I back mine up. Data backup is 3-2-1. 3 copies of your data on 3 copies of your data on 2 media sources, and put right finger down. Right finger, and 1 off site. So your computer, cloud, and a hard drive would be all 3 of those covered. 3-2-1. Yes, I would. That's probably a good way of putting it. Crystal Disk is. I always use Crystal Disk. I think it's a wonderful piece of thing, but all it does is give you a simplistic thing of this smart information off there. Right, just let me dispose of this one into the other room, and we will drag the whatchamacallits through here, and we will get onto our next job. Oh God, they're a bit slidey, a little bit slidey. My screen, I don't know if you caught it, Jim, still having problems with my, whatchamacallit, you know what we did the other day? When people are subscribing or whatever they're doing, it's not coming through. I ain't got a clue, no idea why. It's proving problematic. So let me shift this one through into here. Watch out, Pooch. And let me grab the next one. Oops. Wonderful, the water bills here. Right, so we're moving on to, right, that one we're done, that one we're done. Those two are done from yesterday. Oh, those are done, so that can stay there. We have a data recovery, which I don't think will be, we'll do that hard drive next. Because data recovery is a little bit boring. It's only software recovery, that. So it's just a case of plugging it in and probably dropping in through Linux and copying it off to bypass any type of Windows security. So not the most exciting thing, and generally because it's data recovery, can't really do that on screen, certainly not on a live VOD because of customer data showing. Let's get this closed. Get that up there. Oh, left one out. Have I got a... Got a tissue, get this off. Put that CPU in here. Okay. A little bit warmer in my office today, which is always good news, because normally it's freezing. Got the vento. Alright, we'll get this sorted. This is having a new SSD. New SSD. Sorry, I was on the wrong screen, weren't I? Nobody said. Or did they say and I couldn't hear? I don't know. Don't know how long I was on there. Sorry guys for being on the wrong screen for so long, but just thought I'd give you night mode for a while. I have loads of cloud drives. I don't know if anybody's used these. I think these are wonderful. I've got two. Actually, I've got four because I've got two upstairs. Use one of those, which is a WD MyCloud network attached storage. They retail on WD's website. That's a 4 terabyte I've got upstairs, and I think I paid about £80 for it on their recertified. I got it, took the disc out. The disc were brand new disc from that year, and put it through Crystal Disk and didn't show any use. And I've had a couple, and I've still got a couple here. These aren't used, they just sat on my shelf. But those are brilliant because they just plug in next to your router. You can access them anywhere in the world or on your network. I've got one originals up there which give you a bit more flexibility, but there's some security issues in there, so you've got to put it on a closed network. So you can kind of segregate that on your network if you wish. But yeah, actually I think mine upstairs I don't use anymore. It's disconnected. I have two 10 terabyte cloud drives nearly full. Wow, what are you storing on them? I'm a data hoarder. You're not joking. The notification set to the top of each screen. Let me have a look. Yes, on there. Ah, no. Tell you what, James. Sounds had moved above it. There we go. It is now. I just need to wait for somebody to hit the subscribe button. I bet that's why. Yeah. Do you know when we did that sound one? I can't show you because if I clicked PC, it'll show me on a different screen. But yeah, it was when I did the when we did the sounds in its own thingy, it's nested scene. That'll be why. That'll be why. You're such a clever guy. We need to bow down to the knowledgeable James. 2 terabytes. I used to be Magnan, then I realised I had hundreds of CDs backed up and they never got used or were too out of date. Yep, I own loads of things. Do you know what I see amazingly? And again, this is just because you see it with customers. They'll go, yeah, I need all my data backed up. So you'll start backing it up and you'll go, oh, you've got, I don't know, 3 gig of photos, hardly any photos. They've got, I don't know, 200 megabytes of documents. They've got, let's say, 500 mega music. So, you know, it's totaling about 5 gig. Nothing really. You get to the downloads folder. And the downloads folder's, you know, 107 gigabytes. But they want everything backed up. And then you scroll through it and you go, you downloaded this in 2012 or you downloaded this in whatever. Do you really need that? You know, they've still got AOL Online IM Messenger on there as a download, what they want to keep. But because they've downloaded it, there's 19 versions of it because they kept clicking download. Or, you know, there's drivers for NVIDIA graphics cards and there's 76 versions of the NVIDIA driver. Because they've done the same again. They keep downloading it, not deleting now. And you'll ring them up and go, you've got all this data, you sure you want it all? Yeah, I want it all. Well, you've got stuff from, 2012 from in your downloads folder, but you've got a more recent one from, 2013, 14, 15, 16. You've got 26 from 2017. You've got this, you've got... Do you really want to keep them all? Yeah, I want to keep them all. And you just think, you don't really want to keep them all. I could have probably deleted these. And you're doing it off an old hard drive, which is running slow anyway. And you start thinking, oh, it's going to take me forever. And then 4 days later, when you've copied all the data and the disk has finally failed, it's moved on and moved over. Okay, so let's have a look at what we're putting in here. We're going to put a standard SSD in here. So we can take the 2 drives out, because this has got a little SSD sat here as well. There we go, with no thermal pad underneath, and they want one thing. 260 gig, I presume that's gigabytes. Excuse me. Bit of dust. Bit of dust of CDs, that is. Wow. They are, I downloaded anime and 4K HDR movies, so I'm going to cough with dust. Choking, just got a mouthful of dust when I breathe in. Yeah, I've got 1 terabyte on my phone. I get nowhere near that. I think I'm at 200 gig, or not even 180 gigabytes on my phone. I own loads of things like that. 200 gigabytes of CDs, wow. MP3 big folder. You wouldn't want to back up my PC. Everything is so unorganized, got plenty of folders called backup, etc. I must say, I've done exactly the same. I back up and I thought, I'll put that in a date thing, put that in a date thing. You never get around to putting it in a date thing. I'll sort them out later, and you never get around to sorting them out. I've got exactly the same thing. Even on my desktop PC here, my personal stuff, I've just got things duplicated, triplicated, quadruplated. Is that a word? Don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. Maybe just but lots of cheap USB to SATA caddies and stick any customer drives in, let there be problems. Yeah, 90 good use. I remember having a clear out. A couple of years ago. I sent Joey loads of SSDs and M2 drives. I must have, if I had one, I bet I had 500 drives, used drives. So I spent so much time putting them through secure wipe to destroy all the data off them so that I could throw them away. And I remember saying to Joey, not long after Joey started streaming, Joey's Just Tech started streaming, did he want some? And I ended up sending him a load of drives for him to do, which had all been sanitized and cleaned. And he was using them for quite a while because I sent him quite a few. But now I found a quicker way of doing it. It's certainly mechanical drives. I've got a big bench vise. I put them in the bench vise, hit them with a great big meaty hammer, and they bend in two, which is A, really satisfying, and B, really satisfying. So I ended up with loads of bent mechanical drives. I will say 3.5-inch drives are more difficult than the 2.5-inch drives to do. And you get arm ache after a while, and it upsets the neighbours because it's not exactly the quietest thing to do. But when I moved here, I had so many to do, and I must have spent, I don't know, a few hours. I did about 250 mechanical drives. Majority of them being 3.5 inch drives, because I don't do as many drives as I used to do. But I used to do a lot of drives. Still do a fair few, but not vast amounts. Not as many as I used to. So we're just going to put a couple of locating screws in here. The holes on the front don't line up, but as we all know, it shouldn't be too much of a big hassle on an SSD because there's no moving parts to vibrate them loose. So we should be okay. So we're just going to line it up. We're going to get 2 in to just hold it in place. Got quite a wide head, so it ain't going to go anywhere once I've done it. And we'll get that put to one side. Oh, dear me. I got a folder called Backup Sony Xperia 2012. Yeah. Glad I'm not allowed. I don't think you are. I think we all go through that, don't we? 5 years ago, I lost the password of my PC and never missed the information. I'm a bit like that in the fact that, do you know, if I don't use that information, but I do separate my business from my personal. So if I lose anything, I tend to lose personal stuff, which is probably more annoying than losing business stuff, really, because it's the personal stuff which I really want. But I lost a lot of data a few years ago because my NAS got knocked off the place where it was, the shelf where it was, by somebody, by a customer of all people. Knocked it off whilst it was running, and it knackered all the drives. It had 3 drives in there, and it knackered the drives, and I was really annoyed. So I'd back them up onto, or I used to, I back the current stuff into the cloud, but I then started backing up onto two separate NASs to stop any issues like that. One which was in the server room at my old house, and one which was in the loft. So because I had a converted loft, so I could put one up there. So they're in different physical locations as well. Of course, I learnt my lesson with that. I can imagine. It's a popular pastime, losing data. Right, where's Keely the keyboard? She's down here. She's hiding away. Come on, Keely, get plugged in. I'm just re-watching Ted Lasso, if anybody's ever watched that. I don't know if anybody's watched Ted Lasso. Brilliant program. I'm just re-watching it. I think it's probably the 4th time I've watched it. But yeah, really enjoying that. Keely the keyboard makes an appearance in there. So we will see. Right, bottom right hand corner, let's see if we get a picture. Oops, can't see off that one. Let's hope we get a picture. Do we have picture? And we will see, yeah, secure boot, enroll key from disk. Is that what it says? I think I got the right one. Okay, continue to boot, yes. I probably went through the wrong thing, so we'll do Control Alt and Delete. The last count of photos I had 72,000 photos. That's it. I enrolled the hash from disk instead of key. Yes, there we go. Yeah, 72,000 photos. Because I used to have I used to take quite a lot with my DSLR. But I sold my DSLR a few years ago now. So most of them now are just on smartphone. I'm not particularly into photography anymore. I had a Canon, God, what was it, a 4D or a 5D? I can't remember. And I think most of them came from that. But again, what I would do, I would then manipulate them and keep both versions. Did these want Windows 11? Oh, did it want Windows 11 or Windows 10? I think it was, yeah, Windows 11. So I'll put that one on. Just get this booted up into Windows 11. And hopefully this will go on without too much hassle. No data being transferred across. They work everything off a shared cloud drive. So this one is just a new drive in, Windows 11 installed, and all the updates and snappy drivers just to get that done. Let's get Mickey and get this done. Hey Mickey, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Ooh, ah, Now we did this the other day, and I think I know what's up with this. This is Dell for you. And this is a BIOS setting. I deleted 1,000 pictures and screenshots last week. Wow. I sometimes go through my phone and look at the photos on there. I take a lot of inside computers and whatnot to send to customers and whatnot. Oh, that's interesting. Why don't we have picture? Why don't I have picture? We don't have picture. There you go. Should have picture now. Yeah, I take a lot of photos for sending to customers and so on, and some are computers as well. Some are just for my OnlyFans page, and dog's growling at somebody. Oh, I want to go into BIOS, not that. You stupid man. Can't remember what I was saying, but yeah, I'll often have a clean up and delete several hundred photos, and they're all the same bit. You know, here's your circuit board, here's your blown component, or here's your computer with all updates done and showing latest registration and stuff like that. So yeah, I do get where you're coming from with that. Come on, are you into BIOS? Please go into BIOS, you stupid computer. I have a DLSR previous camera. Why? No, definitely don't want to go in there. Why does it keep going in there and ignoring my key presses? I have DLSR previous camera photos, my old non-digital photos. I'm going to have to just concentrate on the screen because I can't see it because it's on a tiny screen on here. BIOS setup. So we have, is it under security? You've got to disable, I can't remember where it is. It's something to do with, oh, where is it? I'm looking for, there's a section in here which basically stops you booting from a give rid of that a second. Stops you booting into an additional drive. And I'm just trying to find it. I can't remember for life of me where it is. I will stumble across it as I find it. There you go. It was set to RAID. Apply. Okay, let's see if that will now boot from the USB. I have no nostalgia and I'm not attached to physical objects. I wish there was a foolproof backup once and never have a panic again solution. I have a lot of customers say to me, is this software I can put on the machine to do it? Because I'll sometimes say you need to back up, so you need to create, you know, a backup medium. I steer them away from portable hard drives where I can, unless they're SSDs. And they'll go, can you just do it automatically? And I'll say, but the problem with automatic ones is you think it's automatic, and in 5 years' time, when you go to it and it's not backed up, you kick yourself for not doing it because you thought it were automatic, and software's let you down. So, only true way of knowing it's done is to do it yourself, unfortunately. That's my view on that. I can go through my photos for hours. I take quite a few videos and things like that when I go to events and whatnot, and I tend to take them at the events and then delete them afterwards because I just think I'm never going to watch this. Never going to watch this, you know. I don't know, car accelerating from, if we went to a car show, for example, doing a spin or whatever they did. Yeah, I never did that. Even found a video from when I built my first lab power supply, 2006. Oh, you've got to post that one. Come on, Cartho, you can't delete that message. We already saw it. You need to post that. You need to get that video posted. Or should we say, we need to get that one posted, Cartho. That's how I think Cartho. Were you here earlier, Cartho, when we were doing Worms and Falcons voices? That's how I think you talk. No, that's Welsh. That's Andy. I can't remember. We were doing Cartho as well. I typed wrong. All right, okay. Video never got 60 volts through it. Yes, I heard it. I bet that's how you sound, because you don't talk in your videos, do you, Cartho? I have noticed that. You do not talk on your videos. So, do you know, if you come clean and talk, that's we can only assume what you sound like. And that's what we're assuming, that you sound like. Oh, dear. Let's get this back up and running. Click on there and see where it goes from here. We'll do this live. This shouldn't take too long. I think when we were doing it the other night, I said I can do it in 6 minutes on a decent spec machine. And I think we were 6 minutes from getting up to welcome to Windows, let's install, to actually being in Windows was 6 minutes with these super fast USB drives that I use. They are remarkably good. Plus I use a auto configuration script for the installation, so it does save you a bit of time there, having to select users and the security things. So I just amended a unattended script and embedded it in the ISO. So when it loads, it loads. So we're good with that. Imagine Count Dracula accent. That's roughly how Cartho talks. It might have been Close Slug. Can't remember. I think Close Slugs does videos, doesn't he? Ho ho ho! I want to suck your blood. I can't remember Close Slug because it's a while since I've seen his video. He did a video on the mugs, didn't he? And I did say when I get a mug, I'll send him a mug for his collection. Yeah, sounds like Count Dracula off Sesame Street. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm nobody. I cannot comment because when you've got a voice like mine, it's not. It's a face for radio and a voice for deaf. Mine. It's not a good combination. Not a good combination at all. But hey ho, hey ho, hey ho. Come on, Windows. We will be using the Snappy Driver install to install the drivers. If you don't know what a Snappy Driver is, stick around. It is, got fluff. It is remarkable. It will install all the drivers on a fresh install of Windows, all from USB. So it's basically one program you download, put it on your USB stick. So if you go into a fresh version system like this, Windows aren't installed drivers because we all know it doesn't, and it'll install all manufacturer's drivers. So you've got an NVIDIA graphics card, it'll install your NVIDIA graphics card, it'll search them and install them, and it's just such a time-saving piece of software on getting it done. So machine is just rebooting now. Hopefully we will be in Windows within. I'm going to put that back on because I don't like sitting there. We go. We're back onto Dell. As soon as I move it off, we're back onto a Dell screen. She's let herself go singing in Vegas, hasn't it, Adele? We've got a spinning round thing. And it should be nearly there now. We are just a moment away, it says. How exciting is this? Yeah, so I'm watching Ted Lasso. Has anybody seen Ted Lasso? I know they're bringing another season out because they said they weren't going to make any more. It's on Apple TV in the UK. I don't know where it is in other countries, but Ted Lasso, brilliant program. And I'm redoing. Well, I'm up to final series of Slow Horses. I haven't started that yet, so I'm doing 2 at the moment. And I have just started watching with my daughter House, which is on Netflix, which is the medical one with Hugh Laurie. But Ted Lasso, oh, so funny. So funny. I will load some of the older videos. Oh, good on you, Carthor. Are you speaking on them, Carthor? Or should we ask if there's a face cam on it? 3GP, oh my gosh, resolution on that. I mean, what are they, 72 by 72 or the thumbnail size? Wow. Snappy is great. Seeing you use it and decided to try it, very good. Oh, that's good, Zola. It is a cracking little piece of software. I got recommended it through chat. Yeah, glad we can share the wisdom on that. It is really good. Big to download, but it'll self-update as well. It'll self-update to do it as well. That's nice thing. What I have found is the self-updating, almost there. The self-updating is slower than downloading it, which is I always find a little bit bizarre. But hey, PowerScript is running. Ventoy, Diagnostics software, and Snappy Driver. I don't know what version I've got. It'll be a reasonably up-to-date one. And we will see where this goes. So select all 7 drivers and let's install. There'll still be maybe a few. There's a firmware that it's doing as well. There still will be a few it needs to be doing. Slow Horse is brilliant. I can't remember the guy's name who leads in it, but he plays such an amazing part, and he just epitomises the part so well. I'm speaking. He's still going to do it in Swedish though, just so we can see if it's Count Dracula. But you just put it on for masses there, Carthor. Just got to do it. Read all the Slow Horses series, Dead Triggers, etc. It is good. Yeah, it's based on that. Is Dead Spy or something? It's based on, isn't it? The book, something like that. I can't remember now. I know it's based on something similar to that, book-wise. Let me grab a Ethernet cable. I've got a longish one here, which should reach across. Pulling my microphone, watch me call it, out of the wall. That's never a good idea. Let's see if we can get this plugged in. Let's see if we can get that moved into there. Let's see if we've got a network connection. Wonderful. This isn't the most entertaining thing. I do understand that. Update. Check for updates. Let it do its business and set this off doing this over here. Okay. Stream health is healthier today. So I'm doing a dual automatic generate vertical cropped. Or I don't want to do that. That's saying I need to download to stream to shorts. This is a new thing. What's coming? Getting everyone to stream to shorts as well as stream to YouTube, which just kind of blows my mind a little bit. I'm struggling to do it to one. Right, come on. That is installing chipsets, so it shouldn't be too much longer now, and we can crack on with this. I watched what software you're using, and I've put them on USB stick. Oh right, okay. If you need any, if you need any info, that Ventoy is excellent, Zola. Ventoy is excellent. I use it all the time now, which lets you boot from multiple ISOs on a memory stick. Brilliant, brilliant. And I've got, I don't know, 20 or so. But if you are installing Windows often, do yourself an unattended script and embed it in the ISO of Windows. And there's a lot of instructions online to be able to do that, so you can do an embedded ISO. It's not as hard as you would think to do. Just need a couple of pieces of software to do that. Okay, that is clearly not playing ball, so we'll click on there, and we'll click on there again, and we'll do that, and we'll check out that it has got it what it is. 10400 CPU, not a bad CPU. What's that, 8 gigabytes of RAM? That's my USB, Ethernet's connected, and GPU will just be internal GPU. Okay, So there will be some updates. So Slow Horses, Dead Lions, Real Trigger, Spook Street. It's based on, isn't it? Yeah, Spook Street. It said it was based on. I remember saying that on there. Right, these. Oh, where's my screen gone? Oh, it's updating graphics to our driver. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Don't panic, Mr. Mannering. Don't panic. There we go. We're back on. This is going to be quite a boring, mundane thing to watch, so I'm not going to put anyone through this. So after this, I've only got a data recovery to do, which I've said I cannot really do the data recovery on stream anyway. So because for obvious reasons, it's got customer data on there, so I can't do it on stream, and I certainly can't do it live on stream. I've got to ring the customers about the massive one and break the news about the motherboard on that one. They're not going to be too happy with that. That Z790, that's £600 motherboard and £200 CPU or £450 CPU if they're buying one new. So £1,000 worth of gear that is damaged on that. So that's not going to be a pleasant call. So I'll speak to them and I'll keep you updated on that and let you know on one of the other streams or post it to say what's happened with that. And it might be that they just get a new motherboard and get me to fit the new motherboard with the replacement CPU, and a job might be a good one. But yeah, let's see what that goes. So as far as it goes for today, I'm going to call it here, guys, because the other stuff I need to do off camera, like ringing customers, can't do that on camera, and also data recovery, I can't do on camera either. So depending what jobs I get in is whether I'm going to stream tomorrow or Thursday. I never know what's going to walk through the door. So we will call it there. Thank you ever so much for everybody who's participated in the stream. It is you guys which make it, not me. I just end up talking to a TV screen, and that you guys are sat there listening and watching, and I do feel a privilege of being part of that. Certainly brightens my day up. Thanks for joining in, thanks for the help, thanks for all the support, the subscriptions, the likes and the donations, and I do apologise if I've missed any of those on stream today. I'm still having problems with whatchamacallit coming through on stream, but certainly we've had some likes. I am chasing the 400 mark on streams, and I am currently at, if I click there, 372. So bearing in mind I started January off on 299, so I've gained 73 subscribers since January the 1st, which I find is amazing, but again, that's you guys, not me. So we will hit the like on the way out. Thank you, James. He's a true pro. So have a good day today. Zola, Psalms, Raptor, Carthor, ITT, Kawazak, Hot Cows, and whoever else is sat in chat or just lurking, and Zola and everybody else. Thank you again, guys, for your support. Have a good day, and I will catch you one of these days this week. If not, I'm sure we'll catch in somebody else's chat, but I will keep everyone updated to the what's happening with that big, humongous one. See where we go. Thanks a lot, guys. Take care. Bye-bye now.